Can't let the sun into this house. No way, dude. Not allowed. Oh, deep breath, guys. Giles and everyone else. What a day. What a day. Actually, the day hasn't begun. I shouldn't be reacting so quick. Can't. Yeah. Let's tamp it down. No, I can't. What is up, everyone? This is Coffee with the Soul. I'm your host. We're gonna chat. We're gonna talk. We're gonna run the clock, baby. We got nothing to do for the next 14 hours. Now, I hope I'm kidding. We got nothing to do for a little bit while we wait for realms to come up, while we wait for player housing to become a thing. Oh shit. Let me give some love to the yeah, let's hit a button. Hit the button. Show me the button. There we go. Yes. Happy December. It's a new month. It's a new trading post thingamajig, but we can't check it because realms are down. Oh, that hella sucks. Am I hyped? You're damn right I'm hyped. This is something that I've been waiting for years and years and years. But of course, like the way that I am, I'm never gonna be like, oh my god, I'm gonna like do cartwheels or nothing like that. Like I've always been like, you know, I've always kept the energy like very neutral, very muted, I guess you could say. But yeah, let me say hi to people real quick. If I can find the chat stuff, I'll find it. Promise. What is up to Dorothy, the first person to say hi? What is up to Arcadius, to Hanoi? What's up to Neeb and to Shadow Casper? What's up to Stalwartine? Hi to Avari. Thank you, Thalia. Thank you very much for subscribing. Much appreciated. And hello and good morning too. What's up to Akasachi? What is up to Puddle Jumper and Sham Gone Wild, to Eventual Goth, to M Sinistrari? I think I got that. What's up to Freyra? And to Ghosty. And to the rest of y'all. The beautiful digital smiling faces going to join us throughout the day. It's going to be a wait, guys. We're close. We're so close. I was trying to look back and I failed, but I was trying to look back at like, when did I first like make a player housing video? When did I first start talking about it? It was a long time ago. And I've been talking about it and I'm going to keep talking about it until the game shuts down. You know, there's a certain happiness level that I want to be at, but yeah, this is it. This is it. North America is not live. I just happen to be on beta right now. I don't know if the PTR is up. Doubt it. It's usually not on patch day. Where's my chapstick? Oh well, it's all good. I got saliva. Let's see. We'll finally be living the impossible dream of owning a home and getting outside of it however you want, with no one to tell you can't do certain things. Am I going to make a patron guild? No, I'm not going to do a patron guild. I'm not going to. I never want a paywall access like that sort of stuff. Like my Patreon, like it does nothing. It's just a spigot for people to choose if they don't want to give, you know, Twitch money or or Jeff Bezos money or whatever, and just want a way to, like, you know, directly like give a little bit of love. There's like a donation thing too, but whatever. But no, I don't want to do a thing where it's like, hey guys, you guys are my exclusive fam, you know, because you guys throw down. It's not my thing, you know. Other people do it. I'm not going to judge, because that's how some people are cool with. You know, I guess they do it to sort of like filter out people, or it's like, hey, they want to have like a more close knit and intimate community. And that's one way to do it, by, you know, having some sort of wall to prevent just like anyone from joining. PTR is down as well. Curses. I'm at the top of your recap second year. Oh, is that a thing right now? The Twitch recap thingamabobber? One thing that I'm a little sad about, I'm pretty sure I didn't see anything, but the Twitch drop that is happening, well, there's a Twitch drop happening right now, but it's going to end in, like, I think very, very soon, if it hasn't already. So double check, make sure you go to twitch.tv/inventory, make sure you claimed, I forgot what it was now. Make sure you go, oh, it's the sweat shirt thing, right? Let me just look, dude. Genius. I think that was it. Let's see. Can I look at past stuff? No, I can't. That's Buster. Oh well. But whatever the case, I was surprised that they're not doing a thing for housing. Yeah, Blizz. Maybe you'll shadow drop something. No, they don't do that. But that would be pretty awesome. What is the stuff in most demand of housing at the moment? I'm trying to get enough gold for a token. As to like sell, I did make over here on the WoW database housing hub, which is like my favorite thing right now. I guess people paid some attention to like this set that I made, high demand crafted items. And so here, let me just copy paste this thing to you, and then you can see for yourself. These are the things that I think. This was just me eyeballing stuff. I'm like, okay, I think these are going to be like things that people want to make or have made or whatever. So just get the recipes for these. Cool, knock yourself out. But I'm not sure, honestly. I'm really not sure. Let's also give thanks because I don't want to fall behind like I always do. Thanks to Dragon for subscribing. Thanks to Valen and Joe Swags for the primes. Appreciate it, dude. I don't know if I said thanks to Farva yet, though. Thank you very much. And then someone gifted like Raijin? No. They were there on time. Okay. The drop ends at 11:59 a.m. Eastern. So like 15 minutes. Yeah. So double check your shit. Thank you, Sham. Appreciate it. Dude, your question, the YouTube game, well done. So happy to see you getting more attention as you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the kindness, dude. Someday, like, I think as of last month, I'm not big on milestones or nothing like that, but I believe last month is the 10-year anniversary of when I posted a YouTube video for the first time, something like that. I think it was. It's still there. Like, it's... Why is it still there? But it's still there 10 years later. I was really hoping, oh, maybe I'll get... I remember... way back in the day, I'm like, oh man, maybe it'll take me like a year or two to get to 100,000 subs. Yeah, that's yeah, reality set in pretty quick. but I'm glad that I'm still here. That I guess that's an accomplishment unto itself. That I haven't run out of money yet. You know what I mean? Let's see. Did I miss anything? Blizzard should do a welcome Matt Twitch drop. That would be cool. Although you already get one. There's already a welcome mat that we get. And I believe it just, comes free. So here it is. It's the Homestone doormat. Ta-da! There it is. In all of its glory. In fact, let's have it up there, and then we'll, nice and cool for everyone to see, right? Yay! And it's a wall, thunk. So. You'll be able to access other houses and privacy settings are not for are set. Yeah, I believe by default, at least what we were told, is that when it comes to the access, anyone can access the plot. No one can go in the house yet. I'm probably not going to care. So until I get annoyed, I'm just going to set it to anyone. But then this is just going to be in my guild anyway. So it's like, good luck getting to my place unless you're on my battle.net or whatever. But I kind of want to, at some point, I want to purge that too. So you bought a ton of those doormats to play. Dude, I saw some crazy ass builds. I think someone made a guitar if I recall correctly. Someone made a guitar. They used a whole bunch of pieces. So it's like it's like this guitar that's hanging on a wall, and it shucks. It's just this big, but it takes up, you know, hundreds and hundreds towards your budget. You know, so it's like, hey, it's a cool thing to make because it's like, hey, I'm able to kind of use all these different pieces of decor as brush strokes, and I'm able to like create this thing. But of course, it takes up all the budget. You're like kind of screwed. It's like, okay, you can maybe finish the room, and like that's about it. Yeah, I remember at first, like someone linked it to me in the Discord, and I was like, oh my god, playable instruments, that's crazy. But then it wouldn't play. I was like, okay, I thought that was it. Somehow, I thought somehow someone was able to make like some sort of like toy or something like that to actually make music. I would have been blown if that was the case. Do you know if we can change the initial room connected to the door? No, you cannot. Now's the time, buddies. Now's the time if you want to ask questions and get clarifications. I will do my best to answer them. They're fairly accurate, and I'll let you know if I have doubts. But yeah, feel free to ask. But yeah, as for like this initial like room thing, no, you're kind of stuck with this. You have to go in somewhere. Of course, you can change it into something else if you want. Like I just yesterday I added this kind of thing here because I think what I want to do for the real cafe, my real imaginary cafe, is I want to have like either walls here that just kind of lead in, and then I'll have like a window sort of kind of thing there, to make it look like it's coming from the outside, or I'll do this diagonal thing. I haven't quite decided like what I want to do. So, but yeah, there's like this little moonwell thing here to make it seem like, oh, there's like snow or some shit coming from the outside, even though it's not. It's like a desolate wasteland just outside. Actually, no, it's not gonna be a desolate wasteland. It's gonna be like the foundation of a giant gun, but that's gonna be much later. Bold of you to stream for the next 12 hours when we wait for the inevitable extended maintenance. 12? You think it's only going to be 12? Oh, you shill, you. No, it's a usual thing that I do. Every time there's a patch, I'm here. Usually there's a Twitch drop. There is not this time, which is going to be awkward. But at some point today, probably after Realms come up, I will do a giveaway. I didn't tag it anywhere. I put it on socials and stuff, but I will do a giveaway sometime today for a midnight Epic Edition beta key. Smexy. There is a drop? Oh, is there? Shit. I gotta change my shit then. If there is gonna be a drop. Yeah, did I miss it? Oh, there is! Oh, fuck yeah! Okay, cool. Okay. Well, I was certainly busy yesterday. Sorry. So let's do the things now. We gotta do the things. And we gotta change our title things and all that stuff. So hell yeah, we got a drop coming hell soon. Fuck yeah! I'm doing this because I'm gonna get paid today. Yay! So, all right. Something. Oh god, what is it? Commands, drops. So okay. So starting, I'm assuming it's gonna start 10 a.m. Yep. Starting 10 a.m. until December 30th. Watch browse streamer for 4 hours to get the Topsy-Turvy Joker's Mask Transmog. That does not make any sense. Yeah. I don't get it. Okay, now I gotta change my title stuff. Thank you for the correction. See? Chat, y'all are great. Y'all call me out. And done. Boop, boop, boop. So the drop is for this thing. It's a Dark Moon Fair Mask. The Topsy-Turvy Joker's Mask, which is like, that's cool. That's cool. Oh, well. I wanted my other account on bed and came up with my main account, so I'm thinking it'll have to be an account not on... Okay, I'm missing something. It looks cool. It's not my vibe. And I think... I'm pretty sure this is a recolor of other masks that we've seen, right? I'm pretty sure that we've seen this on something like the trading post, I believe. Free is free. Free is free. Yeah. I'm wondering how, you know, at some point we're going to see something like housing stuff as a Twitch drop. Hell yeah, dude. It was supposed to be a decor. Was it? Should have been no place like a home coffee. It should have been, dude, because it's cool, man. To have like a giant like kunk like that, just like chilling in your spot. Hell yeah, dude. That'd be cool. I'm just hoping the guild community will be setup will be fast and painless. Took off Warcraft. You know, it was an unfortunate thing. We learned just yesterday that only guild neighborhoods would be allowed to be made, that the other private charter neighborhoods, that those won't be a thing right away. I believe their reasoning was, you know, we want to roll it out, but for the sake of stability, we're just going to do guilds first, and then we'll do the private stuff later. Which is unfortunate. I mean, it's like, imagine you're about to start a party. It's a big party, everyone's invited, you know, all this stuff's about to happen. And then you find out, like, the food people didn't make it or some shit like that. You know, it's total pie in the face. It's hugely embarrassing. Very unfortunate, but oh well. You know, what can we do? So it sucks. So, you know, get mad. You know, I'm not saying don't get mad. It just really sucks. Definitely not something that that they wanted to happen. Let's see, I am your number 4 most watched streamer this year. You got bumped because of OnlyFans event earlier this year, but you've been super happy with the variety and excited for more next year. Number 4. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you, dude. Thank you. Someday I'll finish Final Fantasy VII remake. Someday, dude. I hope they make use of those subathons to help you creators with housing decor. You know, I can't do that. You know, I see it every now and then. Someone will put up a subathon, and then it's like, hey, if you donate some bits, or if you do a sub or a gift or whatever, then it's going to extend the subathon out further. I can't do that. I can't last like that. That's wild. I mean, not even people don't even treat it necessarily like that. They just have a timer. You know, it's like they don't really do anything. They just have the timer, and then people just extend it out and just to see how long they can make it last or something like that. But also people will they'll also like do like, okay, if you do like 100, you know, once it gets to a total of 100 subs, then I'll dance for you like a clown. And I'm like, do I want to do that? You know, does that you know, I guess there's a certain value in that, and that I'm interacting with folks and stuff like that. But at the same time, most of what I do is talk with you guys. You know, this is the bread and butter. I'm already like doing my best to, you know, be someone that y'all can interact with and stuff. But oh well, that's tough. Happy. So, and people are calling it Housing Day. I kind of like that. Happy Housing Day. I have a guild with like 70 people not logging up since Shadowlands. I'm curious to see what happens if I use this as my own landmass, since I am the GM. I don't exactly know. Like I'm not quite sure like how they talked about the rules of how the private neighborhoods will work, because early on Blizzard was saying, hey, you need to have like the minimum number of active accounts or whatever, have houses in your neighborhood. But then how do you enforce that exactly? Because I don't know. Like, does the game check every month if you actually have 10 houses? And then what happens? I don't know. And I do recall from that video that was put out, if your account lapses for like a long time, I don't know how long, I forget, your house gets packed up. Now, of course, you can just plop it anywhere else. You know, this is assuming you're in a public neighborhood. What happens in a private neighborhood? Does it just stay there forever? Is it up to the neighborhood managers to deal with that? And what the hell powers do we have as a neighborhood manager? I still don't know. I still don't know what I can do with that. Like, as far as I know, the only things that I've seen that we could do is choose an endeavor. That's it. And I'm like, okay, that's like 1 click a month. But yeah, I don't get it. I can't last like that, so she said. No, that's me, Paulo. That's just me. She's fine. I'm the one that's like, whew, I'm tired, yo. Anyway, oh, someone was asking, as a guild. Sorry, I'm like missing questions. I'm like, oh, feel free to send me your questions. I don't like missing everything, you jerk face. Okay, can a guild set up an alliance guild neighborhood and then also set up a guild neighborhood? I know we can get one house in each one. No, a guild can only have, a guild is either horde or alliance. That's it. So if you want the other faction thing, then you want to make another guild, which sucks. I'm of the mind now that if you have a guild neighborhood, you should just have both neighborhoods and then just go to wherever you want. I don't see any problem with that, aside from, well, that's another 50 plots, or that's another like layer of realms that are like elsewhere, or that you know that a guild will take up. But I don't see a problem with that. Like, tell me why. Tell me why. Why that's a problem. You want to dance like a clown, though? We all know that. Not with these knees, dude. These nah, these are not what. Actually, it's not even that. It's more like my shin. But anyway, let's see. Something more like Final Fantasy XIV did with the fat black chocobo. Something like, oh, that one. Okay. You know, I get that. That'd be kind of cool. Now that one, I admit, sorry, real talk. That's a big payday for streamers. Sorry, guys. That, you know, full disclosure. Streamers would love to have that all the time. Because people love cosmetics. And it also means that we get enriched too. So, yeah, we should definitely have that all the time. You've been my number one, but I have not been chatty, it seems. Also because the Twitch app is temperamental. That's doo-doo. Okay, let's see. Your shtick is that I'm so easygoing and laid back. It's like hanging with my besties. Oh, see, Dragon knows me. I mean, Dragon's been like a long time watcher, but like, that's the vibe, man. That's the goal. You know how sometimes you get with friends and you're just chilling. You know, y'all just chilling in the yard or in the house or whatever, and then y'all just vibing, and then sometimes you're like, dude, you know, it'd be cool, man. Or actually, no. Y'all just kind of sitting around and you'd be like, if you had a superpower, what would you want? And then you would start like talking about superpowers, and you're like, okay, well, my superpower would do this, but then that would suck. And then you just go into all this theory crafting and get to lost in conversations. That's the goal of this channel, at least when I'm streaming, is to not even play the game. I just want to be able to like just chat with folks and talk stupid shit, because it's fun. I like that. You know, that's an old childhood memory. And on top of that, me and my boys, we'd be just playing with Legos. So here we are, we're about to get into player housing, and then we'll just like shoot the shit while we're tinkering with our houses and stuff. That's dope. That's been like the goal. Ooh, I have 4 shots in here. These are not, it's not gonna last. It's totally not going to last. But I know I can't have more than 4. My tummy will be super upset. I'm going to check tomorrow. As far as I know, the landmass is unlocked by just the GM alone. Yeah. Yeah, Guildmaster has to initially make the neighborhood, and then we just kind of go from there. Someone with multiple accounts is going to own the whole neighborhood with just their alt accounts, lol. If that's what they want. I mean, that's 10, 10 people, but sure, whatever. Yeah, that's the thing. You need multiple BattleNet accounts. So it's like one person will have like all the collections and everyone else is going to be like, oh, well, good luck, It has an experience will not be complete until I get situations in Transmog named my cozy house outfit with slippers. That'll be the shit. When that happens, I can't wait for that to be a thing. Guild is small enough that we'll do a horde charter neighborhood in March. Nice. I think I want to campaign for that though. I'm gonna campaign. I'm gonna keep talking it up and be like, yo, wait, this didn't glow. This thing glows, doesn't it? It's magic. Oh, I thought this was a non-animated thing. Apparently, that is not true. It is. It does have a cool little animation to it. How tasteful. I'll just leave that there for now. Did some Blood DK PTR testing. Super fun. Guilds dusted off their old alliance guilds to have both neighborhoods. Nice. So you can have one in guild, one in another faction elsewhere. Yes. Have I done an updated cafe tour? It's been a minute since I've been on. No. I've been very conservative with the energy that I've been putting into actually building stuff out and all that. Like as a tester, I'll do my best to understand systems. I will read into things. I'll look at the data mining. I'll practice with stuff. But when it comes to like the gameplay of it, I tend to like shy away from that. I don't do that. So at some point today, or maybe soon, I'm gonna like shop around and be like, okay, where am I gonna go for farming again? Because like those things, they just haven't really settled in my brain yet. As a commentator, I'll talk these things up. In practice, as a player though, I'll let myself be blind to things again just so I can, capture that experience. Otherwise, it would feel a bit diminished because you can only really do that once, It's why I don't do dungeon or raid testing. I want to experience those things with the guild, with as few add-ons, no guides, all that stuff. So, do we need to log on to? Oh, my chat looked funny. What superpower? Mind control. By the way, mind control. It's super broken. It's almost borderline unfun, but mind control. Sorry. Servers up? No. Do you know if we have to log onto each class for the overhaul achievements to update? Probably, Clan Blondehead. And I say Clan Blonde, not Clan Blonde. I always shorthand people's names, so sorry. But yeah, you probably do want to log on to each of your characters, especially from different classes, because I think I can see it here. Not really. This is like other stuff. Shoot, probably remix stuff. So here, nope, that's not it either. Something, expansion features, class hall. Here we go. So there's a bunch of these specific-y achievements, depending on your class, especially for Legion. Legion is notably a very decor-heavy thing. So you get things like war maps and stuff that's from the Order Hall. You'll want to get on each of your characters one time to just do like a quick check, a quick brush through of all the achievements that you've seen, as well as quests that only they might have done, especially if it's, again, different class or different faction, because there might be faction exclusive stuff that you might not have done with other characters. And that's going to help you unlock more decor. The goal is to try to suck up as much legacy content that you've done in the past to get the core like right away. So that way you get some easy experience, or you have like more stuff to play with if you're on a veteran account, and you can start like playing with stuff right away. If our guild is Horde, can we easily just make an Alliance guild neighborhood, or do we have to swap to an Alliance GM? Um, if your guild is Horde, but you want everyone to live in an alliance guild, or if you want everyone to live in an alliance neighborhood, then yeah, you would just make another guild that is alliance, and then you have everyone make a character who joins that guild and then builds a house on that neighborhood. And then afterwards, if you never log on to them ever again, you should be okay. However, you just want to make sure that once endeavors become a thing, they will need to, whoever runs that neighborhood will need to activate that endeavor each month. So basically, you can have that if you want. Can a guild be too small to have a neighborhood? I never heard about the 10-player thing before today. I don't think I've heard about the 10-player thing either. They've been pretty like, they haven't really given out that number, but I believe it is 10. That's how it's been in testing so far. There's no internet pick about mine considered neighborhoods. I'm disappointed that they're depicted as islands. I would have loved to have a skybox depicting Mount Hyjal for Horde one as an example. That would have been cool. Like, I think that's just a design decision. So like they could have, hear me out, they could have done something like, let's pretend that instead of an island, it's like some weird, not a plateau or anything like that, but what if it was, what if it had the illusion of being built onto the continent? So like maybe the skybox way off in the distance, you can see Orgrimmar in the distance, or you can see Stormwind in the distance, or something like that. That might have worked. Maybe. That's a big maybe, though. Because I guess you would need to have a certain kind of skybox where you would need to geographically, like, see everything. It's like, okay, Stormwind's over there, and then I rotate the camera, and then I can see way in the distance there's Duskwood, and then way in the distance over there is, like, Westfall, or something like that. So that could have worked. But I think they were probably just workshopping different ideas. They're like, okay, this works, this doesn't, this one, blah, 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 blah. At the end of the day, they decided on, fuck it, let's just make an island. Okay, sure, why not? But I hear you. I get it. Already workshopping excuses for missing my Guild Wars 2 raid tonight. There are raids? I know so little about Guild Wars 2. I only played it for like maybe an hour or two, and I was like, oh, the gameplay is just not really feeling it. Void Elf Demon Hunters are later on, right? Correct. That is an expansion thing. Are we gonna get a housewarming song from you? I couldn't manage it. I could not manage it. I tried writing something, it just didn't work. So not for a lack of trying, but I failed to make a neighborhood song. It would have been cool though. I would have, if I had something cool, I actually would have tried to reach out to, I don't know if you guys know this person, Jay the Tavern Bard. He actually lives here in the Bay Area, which is like, 40 minutes away. But I'd be like, I would want to reach out and be like, dude, I want to do a song. Here's a song. But I just couldn't come up with anything. So, sucks. So how I understand it is if a guild is cross-faction, the master's faction determines what guild neighborhood is going to be. So Horde will have to live in an alliance guild neighborhood. Yes. That is the long and short of it. Currently. Which is why they should just have both. Boom. I think that's the cleanest. Some people are asking, hey, I want to be able to build my Horde house in an alliance neighborhood. I want to build my alliance house in a Horde neighborhood. That's fair. And, Ian has been very adamant, or at least, he, as the spokesperson, he's given his reasons as to why he doesn't want it like that. Okay, it's a design decision. We don't agree with it. Fine. Let's go around that, though. Just give us both neighborhoods. That's it. Just give us both. What now? Game director, dude. So. I think they're going to do a lot of different things with those types of rooms. Oh, I think you're talking about the artisanal room. Which is a term that I only learned just recently, too. I'm like, oh, it's specifically called an artisanal room. That's cute. So it's like, you know, right now we see a skybox kind of room, but then what else might we see? You know, it'd be cool to see something in space. Or all of a sudden it's like ocean or something like that. That'd be kind of wild. But I think it's not even limited to like skyboxes. I don't know what they would do with it though. It'd be pretty wild. Let's see. Now I do think when the time comes we can set up a private neighborhood for the opposite faction that one just won't expand the same way a guild neighborhood. Yeah. So for a large guild, that's not going to work. A large guild that wants to have both neighborhoods, they'll just have to make another guild. A small one, they're going to, you know, they could just make a charter one. I don't think I have any intention of making a charter neighborhood. Even a painted skybox like would tell yourself would have worked, Demo. It could have worked. Yeah, that'd be nice. Now, my thought is, going back to the whole, hey, why are we on an island kind of thing, it wouldn't feel very immersive. You know, it would feel just as immersive, I guess I should say. But what if like the Horde or Alliance neighborhood was on like this very high up plateau? So that way, when we see the skyboxes, it kind of makes sense when we're looking. You know, think of Argus, right? Think of Argus, especially in the first zone. I don't know what it's called, but when you leave the Vindicar for the first time, like you can kind of like look below and you can see the ruins of Argus around there. It'd be that kind of thing. So it would give off the vibe that wherever the neighborhood is, it's at a pretty high elevation relative to everything else. But you can kind of like see, oh, hey, that's Stormwind, like way over there. That's kind of cool. You know, but instead of it looking like the actual Stormwind, it's like kind of drawn in because it's a skybox and all that. But that'd be pretty cool. Would have been neat. People would have talked shit about that too, but oh well. So they should put the unlocks of the other factions' exteriors on the upper end of the housing. The unlocks of the other factions' exteriors. I'm not quite sure. Oh, you're talking about exterior housing. Okay, got it. All they really need to have is to add another portal to the neighborhood that goes from the Alliance one to the Horde one. I mean, like it's as easy as this. Like you just go here and then you open your house finder and then you choose whichever. That's it. You just go that, hit the button, and then you go to that neighborhood. It can be that easy too. But yeah, portal, you know, if this is on cooldown, then you know, portal would work fine too. Just tuning in, looks up my remix character is going to be useful. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Like, there are other Legion achievements that are that offer decor. The Legion remix characters will help, but there are other things to do as well. You know, there's doing the campaign stuff, there's unlocking artifact stuffs, and then there's hiring troops, which doesn't take very long at all. But once you do that, then you unlock another decor. So. I like neighborhoods, but I was hoping they'd be more geographically diverse. I really wanted my cozy snow house in northern Pandaria, maybe one day. I think it's because they, you know, their intent is they wanted to do their best to make it seem like it's actually built into the game. It's like, it would feel a bit unimmersive if you had this whole, like, you know, this large zone, but you had like crazy different, as if it was Outland or something like that. It's like, oh, here's some greens here, and then over here, you're over in space, you know, it would be kind of odd. And so I think they just didn't want to do that necessarily. Will this result in the same issues as garrisons? I would suggest taking a look at what housing offers, Bo, because it's nothing like garrisons. There is zero relationship to garrisons. Okay, it's probably not zero, but it's, yeah, it's a new thing. Had a funny thought, what if someone makes a nudist colony to our neighborhood? I mean, you can't be nude in WoW, but it's still funny. RPs will have fun. I'm gonna, I want to keep an ear open, or my eye open too. I want to look at what the RP community is going to make. because they'll be able to make like whole like universes and stuff. You know, they can have like certain neighborhoods where like, hey, in this neighborhood, this and this kind of story is going on, and that could be pretty cool. Definitely need more than 200 items for outside. I agree, but we're also in early access. You know, this is going to be a weird state. It's going to be a weird thing that WoW introduces here with housing early access is that, you know, it's playable. It's something that they're marketing as like a paid thing. However, it's still early. Like, there are a lot of things that just aren't in yet, or a lot of, you know, a lot of features, a lot of decor that's not in yet. We only have the two kinds of houses for, you know, it makes sense to me having the horde, having the orc and human housing come out first, because that's the bedrock of this whole damn franchise. Having Night Elf and Blood Elf stuff for arguably the most popular races in WoW, having that be a thing at least for launch, that makes sense to me too, and then we just kind of go from there. Did I hear about the block party? I heard about multiple. If you're talking about promos, there's been multiple events and promos and other stuff, contests that are happening. It's gonna be wild. It's like this big housing party sort of thing going on. So how badly bug is it going to be on release? Oh, it's going to be like all sorts of fucked up. Absolutely. You know, part of me is like, okay, I'm not going to start building yet. You know, once realms are up, I'm going to, you know, set up the guild neighborhood, plant my flag, set up the, you know, claim my plot, and then I'll probably just go around doing some collecting. You know, I want to, like, I'm pretty sure, like, this level right here is what I'm pretty sure that I'll be able to get to like right away. I'll have this level right when I log in, something extremely close to this, which is cool because, you know, I've done a bunch of quests and achievements and yada yada yada, but now I need to get more stuff. So like if this in fact is going to be what I'm at, 1960 out of 2400, that means I'm going to need 44 different pieces of decor, and then I'll get to a level 4 house, because then I'll have enough XP, and then after that I'll need however the hell much more to get to a level 5. I don't know what the requirement is. I probably should have looked that up, but oh well. We'll figure it out. Excuse me. So the housing database website has house layouts now. They had a hobbit hole. It would be cool to see a whole neighborhood like the Shire. That'd be pretty awesome, honestly. That'd be hella fun. Is the skybox going to be... Oh, shoot. Is the skybox not going to be available right... No, it won't be available right away. That is considered an early access thing. I'm sorry, that's considered a live thing. It's not going to be available during early access. Blood Elf is the theme of the expansion. I would add Blood Elf refugees NPC around the neighborhood for a few months. I wouldn't, actually. I mean, what, you know, there is going to be there is an endeavor where some Blood Elf artists show up, but as for them being refugees, it's like, we're not a city. You know, in the sense that, yes, we will take care of your people and then we will defend you from attacks. That's not what the neighborhood is. It's not exactly attached to the main storyline. And I personally, I wouldn't want it to be either. The issue I have is most of the achievements are spread across several characters for me. I mean, you only need to do the achievement once and then you get it, then you get access, and any of your characters will be able to help you get more of them. It's just the question of, okay, do you need to like do other requirements just to get to that point where you can farm currencies to get duplicates of a certain item? We don't need to have any kind of realistic expectations. We can make whatever world we want. We make the expectations. Ooh, look at this. How motivational. I'm an 18-year WoW veteran and I'm stoked. Quick shout out to folks. How many of y'all, show of hands, how many of you guys have been here since the beginning? You've been playing WoW for over a generation. Sound off, dude. No shame, because I'm one of them. I'm one of them. My parents have. See that? Yeah. Gen Xers? No. Gen Zers? Yeah, Gen Z. See that? Gen Zers, we carry this game on our backs. So got some TVC babies and all that too. Oh man. Okay, I let the chat scroll. I don't know what people were saying earlier. No, oh shit. Let's see, I'm not really planning on putting much investment in housing early on. I just want to put the bones in place and then wait until everything is fully unlocked. You're going to be waiting for like a bajillion years, Akasaji. My suggestion to folks is if you want to build, just start building, because you can always tear down and like build something else. So yeah, I don't recommend to people, hey, let me wait until I do until everything is available. Yeah, that's a practice in just kind of like, that's voluntarily missing out on stuff. You know, I'd say just, you know, play with it for a little bit, and I guess see where it takes you. But don't resist it either. Lots of BC babies in here. Don't plan on too much with building, start in a corner and build out. I mean, that's going to be me. Like, this right here is the goal. It's just the cafe. You know, the one thing that I'm kind of on the fence on now, I'm asking myself, how quickly can I get to a level 5 house? If I can get to a level 5 pretty quick, then I'll start off with a large square, which is going to be like a couple more squares larger than this. So I'm like, okay, maybe I could do that. Yeah. So that's kind of the thought right now, but I'm not entirely sure. If we switch the orc building to a blood elf building, does the inside stay the same? Yes, you're fine. It's funny, like a lot of folks, they were talking about, ooh, I want to make the house bigger on the outside, you know, because there's like sizing things that you can change. Okay, that's cool, but it's like, are you waiting for something? or you know, it's not going to influence anything on the inside. It's just the outside, and that's it. And for me at least, I'm like, okay, do I want the outsides to be bigger? No, I want to use up space for like me, for my shit. I don't know. Too bad I can't set up a horde house on the Alliance graveyard plot. Just about all the wannabe elf goths the Alliance has. Yeah, I think I like the Duskwood vibe, but it also feels like super overrated. It's kind of like snow. I like visiting snow. I like looking at snow, but I don't want to live in snow, you know? I don't want my place to be all like creepy looking and all that all the time. If my guild leader is Horde, can I still build a house in a guild neighborhood as an Alliance player? Yes. But the workaround is you make a character of that faction just so you can have the house in the guild. So you need to make a character, have the character join the guild, join the neighborhood, and then you can toss, and well, okay, that character has to stay there. They're like the anchor to that keeps you in there, and then you can just switch to your main, and then you're fine. So it's kind of like how I suggest to people, hey, you should have a housing NPC. In those sorts of cases, that works out perfectly, right? You know, to have a character that just does nothing but live in the house for the most part. Actually, I was making my alt on the Legion Remix thing, but my experience multiplier wasn't high enough, so I couldn't get to like 80 like super fast. So I got to like 75. I'm like, okay, I'll finish it like later. I just got to do some raids and then I'll be fine. But I only gave myself like one day to do it, which is like not a good idea, but Once I get him to 80, I'm just gonna switch my dude over to Live Realms, and then he's gonna park in the house, and he's gonna be my house dude. That's it. Can any profession farm lumber? Yes, anyone can farm lumber. A level 1 can farm. Actually, I don't know if a level 1 can farm lumber, but anyone can farm lumber. What room has a full 2-story vertical inside? Oh, those are called stairwell rooms. There are 2 kinds. Well, okay, there's 3 kind of, but you can't see it here because the damn chat's in the way. But there's a stairwell left and a right and an empty one. You can see because you can barely see here that there's this icon here that indicates that this will let you access a higher level floor. Can we create a cave in a hillside on our plots or go underground? Not exactly. No, it's still going to be a house-looking thing, but you can find a plot that is next to a hill, and then you can create the house, you know, on the outside, just to have a bunch of rocks and stuff, and just pile rocks all over the place. You know, so you kind of like skin over the house itself. You could do that too, and then you just have a door. And then inside the house, you just put out more rocks and make a cave. So basically, yes, you can do that, but you have the tools for it. But it's not like, can I change my house into a cave? It's not just like a selectable pull down, change from horde to cave or something like that. I want to delete the house and just have a door and a tree. Dude, I just want a door. I mean, the housing lead and I had a quick chat about that in an interview where I was like, dude, I'd love to just have a door. And you know, it's something that they thought of too, and the conversations that they had is they need to make it so that, you know, if it's going to be a magic door, they need to make it visible for players, otherwise it just creates this like negative experience, and that's something they want to avoid. You know, and I was kind of joking, I'm like, yeah, dude, all you have to do, you know, if anyone wants to visit my house, they just click on this rock, and then there's like this giant pile of rocks on the outside. I'm like, good luck getting to my place, suckers. And that wouldn't be ideal. It's not the kind of experience that they want to make. But that's just one example. But I would love the whole door thing. Absolutely. How to get to level 5 housing? I don't know how to get to level 3. I have a video out. There's a video I made to answer that very question. Yeah, I strategically put it out today, so that way people who are like, oh, realms are down, what do I do? Oh, look at this video. This will tell me what to do. I have an auction season 1 out of Butler as well. Absolutely. I'm almost caught up with housing. Oh, I'm almost caught up with chat. Jeez. Empty stove is my fave. You can stack several of them. Oh yeah, you can make something crazy. We need a basement. Yeah, they hear that, so they just not ready yet. So if you don't use the standard Blizzard staircases, do you have to make the floor for the entire upper level by hand? You will need to still use a well, the short answer is yes. You need to make the whole damn floor yourself. Now the thing is, you still want to use a stairwell room because that's an actual physically larger room vertically, so that way you can access like these upper floors. You can go up and then down and what have you. If we can put a Christmas tree, can we put it in storage in January? Ha ha ha. What, I have a closet? Just put it in the closet there? I will shrink the house as small as they'll let me and then clip an enlarged tree around it. They're not super big. Yeah, there are ways you can skin over it. You use up a lot of your budget, which kind of sucks. My goal is to get it going, but I love to make it an inn for my characters, kind of like a guild hall. So eventually we have 12 bedrooms for each character. Yeah, like so here's my layout. So I wanted to start off with, you know, you go in, and then here's like the cafe, cool cafe, and then you go into this back room, and then it leads to everything else. That's the goal. of the of the layout so far. So I'd have this cross-shaped room, and then it would be like, okay, here's like the thing that acts like kind of a guild hall. Here's a living space. At some point, Blizz, I want to have like a thing that's just like nothing but shields. If there's a way that I can display hella shields, then it's gonna go somewhere. Absolutely. But well, I'm gonna hold off on that for now. First one I'm making is going to be an empty stairwell room, but I'm making a wraparound stairway on both sides to an upper level. I plan to make the entire floor. Oh, that's crazy. People that make stairwells or people that make stairs, they're amazing. That's an exercise in patience. I do not. I don't have a strong intention to make a multi-level thing. The closest thing would be like if I can display shields. And if I could just like hang them like just straight up, then I'll just have like this big, this like vertical hall of shields. Like you walk in, and then just shields like up the walls, up to infinity. That'd be fucking crazy. I would love to do something like that. It's like witness all my stuff, and then you can't even see. All of them. That's like so far up. That'd be hella cool. Am I gonna make a bedroom? Maybe, probably, because at some point I want to have like a kind of secret passageway that leads to like the control room for my gun, for the giant gun outside. So there are two main. There are several components of housing that I want to put together. There's the cafe, which is at the start, right? Guild hall, shield hall, living space, gun control. That's what I want. The living space is going to be kind of sparse. I don't know if I'm going to do like a whole bathroom or anything like that. Most of those cozy things are good. They're going to be in the cafe. If anything, in the cafe, I'll have like a little. I want to have like this little private spot for me, where I can creep, and and all that. That's the plan. Do we know if 11.2.7 will have up to 6 renown levels for housing, or will be more limited? I always feel confused because the beta is 12.0 and the housing was always down in the actual PTR. It wasn't always down. It was up until recently, actually. But early access will include 5 levels. 5 levels. The max room limit, it's more like the maximum room budget. So the budget is set to 30, at least at this level. This is a level 3 house, and then it gets higher with a higher level. Like it can go up to 43 is like the limit. Now keep in mind, like certain rooms will take up a larger budget than others, but also certain rooms are fucking big, right? So let me try to give a little bit of context here. So this room, this square room right here, this is a medium square room. I believe it's 20, right? 12. Yeah, so this takes up a budget of 12 out of the 30 right now for a level 3 house. But also this is how big the room is. It is admittedly pretty big, because if I want to, I can like close things off and create a whole bunch of separate rooms. Like here's room 1, here's room 2, here's room 3. I could do a lot of like smaller things. And then in this space, if you think of this as just a room, it's cramped, but it's kind of like a normal person's room. Normally you don't have like things that are like super spread apart. Things are relatively close together. You're walking around to them because it's your size. It's not like a WoW dungeon or something where everything's like super spaced apart because you gotta have room to like pull mobs. That's not, it's very different. I was worried I'd max out my decor too fast. I mean, it's always possible. People will have some ridiculous ideas and crazy builds. I think the folks that end up using housing that use decor to shape things, they're the ones that are going to eat up their budget like really fast. So like this budget right here, what am I at right now? I'm at 576, but I also have a bunch of garbage back here too, I think. I think I laid down some stuff because I wanted to create a, I just wanted to, I was just whipping together a background. So if I take a bunch of these out, I'm sure this will, yeah, so this gave us some more stuff to work with. I think I have some rocks here too. Yeah. Random rocks. More rocks. Yeah, so 480 something or other. That stays. That's where all the water comes from. So yeah, so far this takes up 500. I can probably double this with like small things. You know, there'll be little things, you know, little items and stuff like that. These are a lot of like the big pieces. So my build has lots of made up stairs, like I'm using 86 Stormwind beams or something, and those take up a lot. I believe they take up 3. I forget. Beam. Yeah, they take up 3. Ooh, shit. Oops. My bad. Yeah, so this takes up 3. That's a lot, man. It adds up real quick. And so you're gonna have, you know, people saying, "Hey, Blizz, this takes up too much budget. You know, you guys gotta fix this," and you know they'll do their best. But think of it like this: like the reasons for these limits, or having these kinds of limits, this is what keeps things stable. You know, obviously we would love to have like a budget of like 10,000, like what we saw from the from the playtest and stuff like that. But then that's before they found out what their technical limitations are. So they've had to adjust things, and as their tech improves, then hopefully they'll come up with better shit. So yeah, I'm on beta right now. Thanks to Shelly Belly. Let's see, who else am I gonna thank? I'm also gonna thank Cafe Ole. That's a clever name. And thanks to Alka Garosa. Oh, I'm sorry, Alka Garasa. Most of my budget went to a fence, so I guess I can do without. Start with big things. You know, start with the overall shape of what you want the place to be, and then start filling out. That's how I'm kind of going for it. Something that I know is going to end up taking a lot of budget is here. Let me see if I can like sort of demo this a bit. So I'm gonna have something like, I'll start off with one thing. So it's gonna look like, okay, let me make this. Actually, I'll just try this now. So I'll put this thing against the wall. Take that out. So I'll have this, but I want it to, actually, can I have it sit mostly on the wall? Yeah, so I want to have it sit on the wall, kind of like this. And then maybe I'll have like a base. That works. Or maybe it should be higher. Yeah, maybe I can make it higher. So I'll have it go 1 unit up. And then, do I have fire? I don't have fire. Okay, camp. I want to see if I have anything that's, so basically I want to have like one of those like fireplace kind of things, but I don't think it's going to, I don't think that'll work so great, because like these aren't straight lines, but I guess I'll have to like work with that. So it would be, yeah, something that goes along the side here. Yeah, so, oh no, I'm out of shit. Gotta get more beams, buddy. But you kind of get what I'm sort of trying to do. Like I want to have one of those like little illuminating spots that are here on the side. I think that'd be kind of cool. Or it can be like here that, you know, it could be something here that takes up that sort of floats. So I'd have like a shelf here on one side and on the other, and then here would just be like fire, and then like nearby will be like a couch or something like that. So I guess I would need to take this and like raise it a little bit. You know, there'd be like a little fire sort of thing right there, and then I'll have a couch, something like that. Or it would face the thing, something like that. Series of candles in my that could work. Yeah, there's like a bunch of candles, torches, other stuff that I can do with that. Something like that would work. Can you make these look metallic? There are only so many beams. So like there's those beams, then there's like ones that are like more wooden. So not really. Is it 1450 total house budget or room? Total house budget. Feels like Christmas morning right now, and we get to wait for the parents to wake up and get dressed before. That's a good point. That's a funny one. I would do that too. I'd wake up hella early, and I'd be waiting for like my parents to wake up and stuff. Be like, come on, I want to do presents now, because like I know what I did when I was a kid. I would like, I would secretly open up the presents so I can see what's inside. I'd be such a jerk. I was such a jerk for Christmas. Someone invited me to a house yesterday. They had fish from Stormwind in a pond, so an aquarium maybe. Oh, that'd be kind of cool too. But then that feels too much like a seafood restaurant than a cafe. Yeah, that would be. I think that would be kind of a weird vibe. All right, so what is this? Yeah, so this is what I mean when, you know, how there are people who will make, who will blow like their entire budget on creating like Windows stuffs here. It's a really cool build, but it also, like, you know, you kind of run out of everything when you make details that are that fine. It's very cool though. The realm list is up. I mean, I'm not counting on stuff being up for a good long while. 17 minutes until drops begin. So, when the time comes, I don't know if you want to double check reload stream. And I can't do a title change on YouTube, unfortunately. So I'll just remind you folks when you guys get on, hey, there are drops going on over on Twitch. Watch for 4 hours, you get a cool little mask thing. His whole house is a window. Yeah, that's kind of it is. It's a mask. I think I still have it up. Here it is. It's this thing right here. This is the drop. I don't know if we have the parts to build this fish. I think we do. I just don't know how to do it. But at what age did you get a gaming console, or did they just get you a PC so you could start in your career? When did I get a what was my first console? My first console was a Sega Master System. Yeah. I think it was a relative that got me that. So thanks, uncle, auntie, or whoever. What was your guys' first? Let's turn on the lights. When was your first? Yeah, Sega Master System was my thing. I forgot the names of the games that we had. But the one that we played the most was when you didn't have like any cartridge or whatever inside, and you just played a snake game. That's what my sister and I played more than anything. The other games were kind of cool, but yeah. Now I remember my very first time my very first experience with a video game. No. My first experience with Nintendo, I should say. So we were at the video. So, okay, let me preface this. Kids, once upon a time, we had to go out and rent movies. And it came in like these kinds of black looking boxes. Most of them were black with all this tape shit inside. But we had to go out and like get these things. It was pretty wild. And we had to give them back too. So that's a lot of gas. But thankfully, gas was like 99 cents at the time. Anyway, so we're at the video store. And then I see this one movie called Metroid. And I look at the box. I'm like, oh, this is a weird kind of thing. So I'm like, hey, Mom, I want to watch this. And then they're like, "Oh, you dumb fucking kid." That's not a movie. That's a video game. I'm like, huh? Um, and then I think that's when shortly after I got I got the Sega Master System. Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to remember what my first Nintendo game was, apart from Super Mario Brothers. Because I remember they got the box that had Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt with it, and I'm trying to remember like other games that I what was I don't know what the first game I got was. It might have been Bubble Bobble. That's why you might hear me singing the song every now and then. I played the fuck out of that game, man. Ooh, boy. Do you have to buy Epic Edition to have access to housing today? No, any edition will do. Any will do. I remember when DVDs first came out, the rich guy in our neighborhood was this Indian guy who owned the gas station down the road, and he was the first one I know to have a DVD. Nice. You know, and funny enough, Metroid was not... I didn't play Metroid until years later. Yeah. Oh, well, and when I did, I rented it. So... renting systems. Oh, I was not rich enough to rent whole systems. But I rented games. Absolutely. Not Zelda. Didn't play Zelda for a while. RPGs were not like my thing. You know, it was just like simple stuff, platformers, puzzles, mostly adventure-y kinds of platformer things. I remember when I first tried playing Dragon Warrior, I'm like, this game is stupid. This is dumb. When I first tried playing Final Fantasy, this is whack. This is the stupidest shit. I don't bother with that. I'm like, nah, man, I want to play, I want to play real games like Paperboy, DuckTales. Those were games. Bubble Bobble, Balloon Fight. Oh, Balloon Fight. We got to real fights over that shit. Yeah, I made my sister mad because I'd always kick her ass. Did I stand in line to buy WoW? I did. Yeah. We're going to go on nostalgia trips now, dude. Now, I didn't stand in line to play WoW for the first time. When it came out, I was working at a Best Buy at the time. And it was like selling out all over the place. I couldn't even get a copy myself until like a couple days later or so. So I didn't play day one. I did play during beta, but then when the game actually came out, yeah, it wasn't until almost a week later that I finally got in, because I had to get one for myself and someone I was dating at the time. But I did stand in line for a lot of other expansion releases. So yeah, I did that up until they stopped doing it. Or, up until they started doing the digital release. When did they start doing digital release? So like TBC, I stood in line. Wrath, I stood in line. Cataclysm, I stood in line. Mists, no. I don't think I did. I think Cat was the last one, right? Yeah. I remember because with Mist, we're all like, we're all on vent. Right at the gates, I'm like, all right, baby, I'm going to race so I can get like engineering server first, baby. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah, that was a thing. Cattle was the first digital release? Oh, was it? Okay. Didn't do, pretty sure I didn't do, no, I did do Cataclysm. Yeah, you're right. Y'all are right. Because I was going for engineering world first Cataclysm. So I got engineering, not world first, server first for Cataclysm and Mists. What a moment. That was so good. Super, that's how you know I'm super toxic elitist and shit. I made my kids stand in line, but I did pack them hot chocolate and sandwiches. How old are your kids? 7 and 8. I'm just... That'd be all funny though. It's quoting when he signed my Cataclysm. This is not. Oh, nice. Yeah, I did not do. Yeah, I wasn't even now. Like, I'm not into the whole signing kind of thing. But it was cool. I was with friends though. And so we're like, no, we want to go in and play. So like once we got our copies, we're like, no, we're out. Let's go. We ain't got time for fandom. Well, yeah. It's kind of crazy though, because you know, I live up in the Bay Area, and when I did the whole stand in line things for stuff, they did do dev signings, and so they flew devs out like to wherever. I don't know where else they went. But that was kind of cool. That kind of shows like the whole rock starism of like WoW during that time. Ever play the pseudo spinoff to Bubble Bobble Bust a Move? I have, but it's not the same thing. Or, you know, yeah, not the same. I wish Final Fantasy was a true free roam. Check out WoW a month later. What's Final Fantasy? Yeah. Now, I played Final Fantasy 11 for a very brief time. I played it during the monthly period. I tried it out. And at first, like, I chose, like, the person that looked like a dark elf. I'm like, okay, that looked cool. And then at some point when we're playing, like, some of the quest armor you get, like, I end up wearing a skirt. And so my friends were giving me hella shit over that. I'm like, okay, well, I feel kind of stupid in this skirt. Jeez, I hope I change this. And I think I eventually did. But what really, like, rattled me or what turned me off from Final Fantasy 11 was I got to, like, this large area. I don't... my memory is probably really spotty on this, but I end up in, like, this large area. And, like, in order to level... I guess the strat was you need to be in a party and then you need to get into a bunch of chain fights because that I think you get bigger experience bonuses if you like keep fighting and like just kind of like keep chain pulling. And I'm like, I don't like this because I had to group. I'm like, I don't want to group. I want to be by myself. So I just stuck with Ragnarok Online. That was one of the other MMOs that I played, you know, before WoW. Do you guys have that? Well, any pre-WoW MMOs? I mean, maybe you still play them too. That's fair. But what did some of you guys play before WoW? For me, it was Ragnarok Online, City of Heroes, City of Villains. Aura was dope. Aura was hella fun. I remember I played as a wizard dude. And I know that the game has, like, you know, it's grown like crazy. But my fond memory of Aura was I forgot what the place was called, but I was like farming these hands, these giant hands that would come out of nowhere, and they would like damn near one shot you. But I was using firewall, and I would just like kill them that way, and and there was like one save spot where you would go to, and I'd be power leveling people for some reason. I forgot. City of Villains was fun, but very arcadey. It was very surface. It's like it looked really cool. Character creation was awesome, but like when you powered things up, it's like you just slot these things, and like that didn't feel very cool to me. What was your first MMO? Right on. EVE Online. Almost failed high school because used to play terrible pay-to-win MMOs like Perfect World. NWN MMO servers. Asheron's Call was my only MMO. AOL RP chat rooms as a young muscular mage. I did Yahoo chat for a brief time. I wasn't really into like the whole RP chat stuff, but my friends would do it, and so I would like just kind of join in. And to kind of bypass everything, I was just like some super, you know, I was one of those super immortal gods or whatever, and I would just like, you know, I'd be super invincible, but then I didn't do anything. I was just like hanging out and just shooting the shit. Neverwinter Nights, okay. First MMO was EVE Online. My boss bought me a year sub. Damn. And you never played with him? Wow. Oh, was it the kind of boss where he was like, hey, I want to like hook up with you and all that stuff? Because that's, you know, that's a thing. Well, it was your first. I went in with no expectation to keep playing because at the time I didn't play multiplayer games, but I liked Warcraft. Warhammer beta was terrible. They didn't implement dialogue in the beta, so none of us knew what to do. Oh, that's hella funny. Wow, you know what's interesting? I'm not hearing anyone from no EQ players. No. See, what was around at the time? You know, I was playing RO. My friend was playing RO too, but he was also playing Dark Age of Camelot and EverQuest. That was my first exposure, watching him play EverQuest. I was just kind of sitting there while he was just like standing around, just casting spells. I'm like, what are you doing? And I'm not entirely sure what he was doing, but he was waiting for like this thing to teleport halfway across the damn planet or something like that, because otherwise it would take hours to just walk over there. And I thought that was really fascinating. Like, that's pretty cool. Fern was in it with an EQ guy. All I remember is that pretty girl with the robes on the promo art. DOC was on all my friends. But yeah, I mean, like, people like the whole RVR sort of thing. Yeah, too bad they don't have similar stuff these days. EQ was very US. Okay, so we do have some EQ folks. Right on, dude. Wonder, where did you discover Bob and what made you realize that he would become your only sidekick? Bob came from this kind of desire for me to want to have thoughts to bounce off of. Like if I'm talking, if I'm playing as the talking head, it would have been cool to have someone to kind of like bounce something off of, and have a personality that is not entirely my own, but something that like echoes other elements of the community. So kind of like an id. And Bob was the whole id, where I would be, you know, somewhat even keeled, but then he would be like this more bombastic and highly opinionated thing, or someone to just kind of lighten the mood a little bit. And so Bob was born. And Bob's always been like, it's always been a hit or miss. People love him or they hate him. So I don't know what, so I never quite know what to do with him, because he ends up being like this very polarizing presence in the channel. Tibia. That name sounds familiar. I never played it, but that name Tibia sounds familiar. Aside from it sounding like a bone. But briefly tried DCUO, but it seemed too basic to WoW. It was kind of I thought it was good. You know, it had things that, it had some unique things. Like travel was kind of cool, but otherwise, like, a lot of the bones are really similar. You know, you have your talent points, you level up, you do quests, that sort of thing. Where's the drop at? As far as I know, it starts in 1 minute. I missed all this mostly 3/4 of the year. I was on a ship out of Alaska in the double O's, and then WoW came out, and I played it at every import. Oh, at every port, got it. To be honest, that's true to all mascots. People love those who hate and despise. Yeah, I have workshopped internally, like, okay, how would Bob, what would be like Bob's little cameo appearance? So just a reminder that, yeah, he's still kind of around. Because I think I still have like the old backgrounds. So I'd bring back the old background from like 2020. He'd be like, oh my god, I've been here this whole time. Let's see. Second Life. That's right. Second Life was kind of a thing. Of course, I love videos when you're from 500 puts you in your place. I think one of the highlights was during BFA when I was talking about something about the burn of Teldrassil, and then Bob suddenly chimed in. He's like, "Yo, are you justifying genocide?" And I'm like, "Oh God!" But then people were like, "Oh, that's so good that Bob called it out and all that stuff." Like, it's a video game, guys, but okay, cool, I guess. Will Bob have a room in your house? He'll probably have a closet. I thought of that too. You still play Second Life? Oh. All-Star was amazing but hard. Yeah, that game totally passed me by. I think it was the art style that I wasn't into. That kind of stopped me from even trying it. I think just as a game, it didn't work out, right? Like that was the big problem. Like it was too it wasn't like it got that hardcore audience, but it didn't really pull people in to like kind of keep them around. Arsenal holds up today. I checked out the private server they're trying to make. Monster had a lot of problems. That's what I kind of remember. Like a lot of it was more like an actiony kind of MMO, right? Because almost everything was a skill shot. You know, abilities, frontals, cones, yada yada yada. Oh, endgame wasn't even ready. Oh, well, that sucks. Yeah, that'll fuck things up. I'm switching gears a little bit, but I'll get to chat. One thing that I'll probably do when realms come up is, you know, again, apart from setting up the house, I know where the vendors are, but I also want to probably do like a bunch of these here. These are things that drop from encounters. So I use the housing database. Oh, here, I'll share the link with you guys. This filter will show you everything that is a drop from a boss. So, for example, defeat Lura for a box. Take down Theresian from Blackrock Depths for a chandelier-looking thing. An Ottoman from Terrangor, which is kind of a weird thing to see drop off of Terrangor. And this is probably the one off of Warlords. Among other things. Take down Mechagon for a big old Tesla tower thingamajig. This will be an easy one to get. The Warlord's Throne off of Garrosh. What else we got? Window kind of thing, a crate, a sconce, a table. Easy stuff. Oh, this is actually kind of a pretty thing. So this one is from War Within stuff. Pretty cool. A chair. This is 2004, baby. Oh yeah, you could say this thing came from EverQuest 2, DAOC. We have the crazy fireplace. Just go to Shrine of the Storm for this one. That's an easy bit. You know, if you just want to have that part and like have your bed, cool, go ahead, weirdo. And a bookcase. How's this bookcase look? Doesn't show me. No. Will it show up now? Nope. Doesn't show. But it looks like this. Not bad. I'm mentally ready now. Please sing that famous Bob song right now. Which one? I've quite a few. Sunlight was the first that tried to break into NFTs and a digital. That's true, huh? That was a sort of like NFT kind of thing, or you know, first generation of that. It's just checking if you already have a kill. No, it just drops. So if you want a Garrosh throne, if you want like 10 of them, have your alts get into a line and just start slamming it. Housing early. Ooh, there's an early access trailer. Cool, I want to see that. How long is this trailer? 2 minutes. Sure. Go watch that. Ready your ears, buddies, because it's playing in 5, 4, 3, 2, go. Okay, they make it look so magical with how things slide in. Oh, even the wedding thing. Cool. Coming for tomorrow, I'll be able to afford my first house. No shit. They use small rooms and fill them properly. Seeing so many half-empty train station house rooms and most people home so far. I mean, that's fair. You know, people are just getting started with this. So, like, you know, I know that, like, early on, when they revealed, like, how the housing would work and how the rooms would expand and so on and so forth, people were like, oh, well, shoot, like, you know, I want all the space now. It's like, and that's fair. Yeah, it's not a bad take to have, but, you know, it's going to take time for our imaginations to fill out these spaces, too. So, you know, between actual farming of stuff and being able to, you know, figure out how to fill out the space we want, a lot of it's kind of a planning thing, you know. So a good part of setting things up is like, okay, how do you want to shape these things? Like, what's going to be here? What's going to be here? What's going to be back here? How much space? You know, that'll help to inform. And there's no WeakAura that's going to like just tell you that for you. A link to the video? Yeah, sure. It's gone. There it is. All right, there's that trailer. And that early access video they mentioned Endeavors, is that coming early access or is still launching? It's coming in midnight, because I think it straight up says like coming later. You know, so that's not going to be. I think that's just a reminder of what isn't coming in early access. So like the Blood Elf, Night Elf stuff, that's not coming in. Endeavors are not going to be a thing yet. I mean, it'd be pretty fucked up if they were in, because I know exactly what I would do. I would farm the crap out of the Endeavors and you know, buy what I want. But I would also, at least the way things are right now, I would farm up whatever coupons that I can get so I'm maxed out. So let me talk real quick about like the Endeavor stuffs. So Endeavors, let me do this one actually. You know, so Endeavors are basically the traveler's luck, but it's specific to housing. You do stuff, you get points, and you get credit towards like the juicy prize at the end, whatever the hell that is. The thing about Endeavors is that a lot of these are repeatable. So if I wanted to redo this thing, whatever this is, Singularity, Anchor, and Void Storm. Okay, this is like a launch thing, but I could just go and do whatever this is over and over and over again. Now, because this is the first time clear, I'm going to get 90 neighborhood favor, which goes towards this thing right here. And then I get 10 community coupons, which is what I spend on stuff. Now, if I do repeats, they start to diminish in value. So you can see right here, like I killed raid bosses and I got 20 currency or 20 favor or whatever. And then I did it again and I got 15. And then I did it again and I got 10. And then it bottoms out at, I believe, 5 or something like that. So that's just one example. But in the meantime, I'm still able to farm up the currency up to a certain cap, which I believe is 500 now. They changed it a little while back. So you can have at most 500 total community coupons. So the strat if we want to call it a strat, is in a given month, Endeavor comes in, and the first thing that you probably want to do is start spending some coupons that you might have in case you happen to be at the cap. So go ahead and buy stuff right away. And then once you're done buying stuff, spend the rest of your time farming out coupons to either buy more stuff or otherwise, by the end of the month, be at the cap. So that when the next month rolls over, you can immediately start buying some stuff if you want to, right? Now, there is going to be that sense of, oh, I'm going to, quote, lose coupons because you might be at the cap and there's nothing that you want at the moment. But you're going to be doing things that will get you neighborhood favor and it'll get you coupons. So it's not like you have to participate in that way, but it's probably what I'm going to end up doing. So, or maybe I could be at like 400 out of 500, and then I'll be like, okay, I'll be cool with that. But the big thing though is, I would definitely be holding on to coupons until like there's a thing that I really, really want to get. So like there's a I think it's a Kappa based Endeavor that comes in that has a lot of like coffee related shit. Like, oh, I'm gonna blow all my coupons on that stuff and then farm up repeatable content so I can get more stuff if I still need it. You know, so that's kind of the idea. But yeah, back to what I was originally saying. Like having Endeavors at the start, it would easily create this whole FOMO thing, because there's some people that would be able to get all these things from the Blood Elf artists, as an example, that other people might not be able to get until they come back, which might be quick, but we're not sure yet. So I was the crappy person who made the analogy about giving us half the stuff is like giving a painter half the paint colors, but we'll survive. We'll figure our way through, you know. I think this next expansion is going to have some light war, but I think Trolling is going to be an insane light bearing racist. I remember I made a prediction way back in the day, like as soon as we saw Terralion come back, I'm like, dude, at some point he's gonna start some shit, because he's gonna think he knows better than everyone else. Watch. Did the drop timer start yet? It should have. So you guys might want to double check your, let me check mine too, your inventory and all that to make sure that it's going. I should start too. Watching myself. All right, so I'll let that thing go. Oh, so it's not working yet? That's doo-doo. So wait, is it working on other channels? That shouldn't be a thing. I am streaming. Oh, my tag says dropped enable. So yeah, it should be working. Pretty sure they said you can go to someone else's neighborhood and buy stuff from their Endeavor. Yeah, so there's kind of this misconception that some people have about, like, if you're in a dead neighborhood, you won't be able to get anything, which is super not true. Super not true. So Endeavors it's both a group and a individual thing. So like these things on the side, these Endeavor tasks, you can get bonus favor and coupons if you happen to do these in a group. I don't know how that works, but you get bonuses if you do these in a group, but these are largely individual tasks, so you can just do these on your own. This thing up top here, this is what gets you I think some bonus favor. You can see that icon right there. That's actually the coupon. So you get some bonus coupons. Like, hey, that's cool. But if you happen to be part of a neighborhood that's not very active, you could still do these tasks and still get the coupons. But then you need to go to a neighborhood that has the vendors that you want to spend coupons on. One that does happen to be like well progressed and whatnot. Now, as for searching for that, we don't know yet. Neighborhood Endeavors aren't a thing yet. So that's not really like a worry. That's a March problem, not an early access problem. But I hope they have some ideas. You know, I'm eager to hear what they have to say about that later on. By the way, thanks to Lady Ree for the Prime, thanks to Copperwise, thanks to Laloon Fairy, and to Orisit. And thanks to Shelly Belly too, in case I missed you. And to Elko Rosa. And yeah, just to make sure. Not seeing the timer on the drop yet? Yeah, let me take a look. Let's see. Solo leveling stuff? Nope. Yeah, it's interesting. Like I see the thing. You know, so it's there, right? But it's not, I don't see it here in the inventory yet. Oh well, we wait. So as far as I know, like Twitch is doing it right, WoW's doing it right, it just hasn't started. Oh well, we'll just keep watching. Other folks, it's not counting yet? Alright. Yours is working after swapping to a new tab. Cool. Yeah, you might want to just do a reload next to it. Anyway. So that's the thing with neighborhood. Like everyone will be able to participate and get stuff. It's just a question of like how the participation will happen. For people who are just playing solo, but they like the housing stuff and they want to get housing stuff, it's going to be a bit of a workaround because they'll need to seek out vendors. And, well, everyone will have to do that too. You know, because I might choose a certain theme for the Endeavor, but then there might be other themes that people in the guild are interested in. So they would need to, like, reach out or find places to go. And hopefully there's a way to advertise and there's a way, more importantly, there'll be a way to search for neighborhoods and just find one, you know, find the right one. And then it'll be a question of, okay, on trade chat or on socials, maybe someone's advertising their neighborhood as a place to go for stuff. It tells me to sub to earn drops. No, wait, what? No, you shouldn't have to subscribe to earn drops. That'd be kind of dumb. Lotus, hey, what's up? And thank you for the kindness, by the way. Okay, that I don't know what. Yeah, I'm like, what's that for me? Clipboard. No jobs are reported in Discord. Let me see if anyone has said anything to you. Okay, no one there who's saying anything, but oh well. So how is Hearthstone going to allow Blizzard to steal our money? Do we know what it does? For the most part, yeah. Like, so what you do, and you know, going forward, I'm not even going to talk about Hearthstone as a thing that you buy with money. You know, you go to eventually what's going to happen is you buy a WoW token with gold, you trade it in for Hearthstone, and then you spend that currency on like stuff. That's it. That's how it works. I'm just gonna gaslight people and just only talk through it from a gold standpoint. It's popping up now. Okay, cool. Yay! Yeah, because the drops enabled thing, that one showed up fine. Or that shows up, so it means that it should be starting. But yeah, now it's working for me. Yay, stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna be here all day. Well, okay, most of the day. I'm gonna be here for at least another 7 hours or so. Something like that. Is the stuff exclusive to the currency? Yes. So again, you just take your gold, you buy a WoW token, you buy a Heartsteel, and then you're good. So, yeah, that's how I'll talk about it going forward. Gnomes are exclusive to the current set. Yeah, at the moment, there's a pretty limited amount of stuff. I don't think we see the stuff on beta yet either. I think, pretty sure. Cherry? Yeah, we don't see it here yet. Thanks to Erebus. Thank you for the prime, dude. Any idea if this is going to cause WoW tokens to go up in value or down? I don't think it's going to be a big. It's going to really depend on just what the items are. You know, what we've seen is these like cherry blossom trees. I think that's the most repeatable thing that people may want. But how many of them do they want? And how much Heartsteel does it cost? So there are questions that we don't have answers to that will inform a lot as to like what the impact of Heartsteel is going to, how it's going to feel for people. Which racial exterior are you most excited to see that hasn't been revealed yet? Goblins. I want a fucking, thing that looks like a goblin apartment building or whatever. Yeah, that'll stand out. Greybeard, you're welcome. Thank you for the kind words. So I just sent you a tweet with a drop screenshot. Must be bugged clearly. I'll F5 in a bit. You sent me a tweet. Twitter. There it is. Yeah, that's something different. That's like a Discord thing. Yeah, because you can see like that's a Discord icon right there. So that has nothing to do with this drop. So don't do that. Yeah. Don't do that. Did you see the housing early access hype video? I did. Yeah, someone pointed it out to me mainly. So that has to be in the city. A goblin town can't be in the island. Oh, that makes sense. I would love to see though, like when the time comes, I want to see paved roads, man. Give me like asphalt kind of shit. For like outdoor decor. Do it for indoor decor too. Just asphalt. I want to walk in and smell the tar. Like you come in and you're like, what the fuck? Or I want to see this be concrete. Shoot, I wouldn't mind that either, honestly. Yeah. Take these out. It's kind of a mess here. I want an exterior, just let me put a door and build the rest myself. Yeah, that'd be awesome. That would be very cool. I mean, what people have done, they've been very inventive with like just skinning the whole house. They'll just build stuff on top of it to obscure it. Like there's a very convincing one. They made like a Hobbit looking house. I think it's here somewhere. Yeah, here we go. It's like, here's a Hobbit house. So you can kind of sort of tell like this. So the illusion that's happening here is, you have this rug that's put up front, but the door is actually there, so you can click through and then you'll be able to enter the home. And they give the illusion of it being low by creating this roof that kind of slopes down as if you're going underground. But this grassy stuff here is actually just skidding over like the rest of the horde house, along with the greens here as well. So it's all like this kind of illusion to make it seem like it's low, but it's not. It's still the same thing. It's just like right under it is like the horde stuff. So it's very, very cool. What about smelling the Tauren? What, like our shit don't stink either? Come on now. You know, the kobold melted wax candle decorations for more women would kind of go hard, to be honest. I think we've seen some stuff like that, haven't we? Some things. Some of those I'm confident we've seen. Alright, so... BDSM kobold household sounds nice. So, dude, you can totally do that. You can totally do that. So I imagine like a bunch of chains, Legion chains. That's gonna be a thing next week. Once we can get the core from the remix, you know, chains, candles of all sorts, torture room sort of stuff, and like a table, you know, that serves as the bed. Dude, go for it. Whatever you want. I mean, I think that sort of walks the line, but I think that's still safe for work. Sure. Remix decor should be next week. It's not this week. That stuff that's going to be available during the next phase, which is on the 9th. I went for horror stories about HOAs that some of these guilds are probably going to make. I mean that's entirely a social problem, though. If people are going to be like total sticklers about what kind of house you're allowed to make, that's up to them. There were multiple competitions for best housing. A lot of things are going on. I can't keep track of them all. No, it's not this week. It's going to be next week. Weird question. I'm guessing you can make a sex dungeon. Sure. Well, I'm pretty sure there are some people who totally have plans for a sex dungeon. I ain't gonna judge. Whatever, dude. Okay, so where's this thing with the phases? So, December 9th for Infinite Echoes. That's next week. So here's the Wowhead article at least. So December 9th, Infinite Echoes, catch up, remix, and original content, housing decor items. Dun, 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 dun. So there's that. A kobold Brazilian waxing room. What? You know what would be cool? I want to see someone. I'm sure there are kobold fans out there, right? I want to see a whole. I forgot what they're called. The Knights of the Something Table. You know, but it's all kobolds. That was a World Within thing for patch 11.1. But yeah, I don't remember the name. Thankful, hey, what's up? Do you know of any add-on that allows you to see which dungeons or raids drop housing items for first-time bonus? Add-ons, not so sure, but I've been bumping the housing database site as a place that shows you everything that you want to see. So here, I'll show you how to use it. Watch. And then I'll link it to you because I closed the window. So here's the WoW Housing Hub at housing.wowdb.com. You go to decor, and you can filter out all sorts of shit. So in this case, we're going to filter out just things that drop. Actually, we're going to use this early access item thing because this will filter out like everything but stuff that comes out for early access right now. And then we're going to go down to something about drops. I think I passed it. Oh, here we go. Encounter. So by hitting encounter, that'll limit us to everything that drops from dungeons. And it's just the stuff. Ta-da! And there's the link again for people who just want to see stuff that drops. It's not in game. You know, people would love to have a thing that just like pulls everything up for them, but this site is so fucking powerful. I saw that Wowhead came up with has one up now too. I tried them both. So far, I like the Housing Hub more so far because it lets you save these sets and share them with other people. And I think that's extremely useful. Now, if Wowhead adds it, then then we got a horse race, you know, and that's always good because we got two big sites that are competing for dominance, and they're going to one up each other, and we win for it. So finish with my mom's doctor appointment. Gonna listen to and do some house chores. Hope you have fun. Well, you take care of yourself, Fanky. Fankle. There we go. There we go. It's next to the brown table. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I thought it was that. I just wasn't entirely sure. Have they said if they're 100% drop rates? I'm pretty certain that they are 100%. You just get it. So if you want more, just go back in, get it again, and again, and again, until the sun goes out. So do you think there'll be more rewards coming to Remix in the last phase except from housing? I'm sitting on a lot of bronze and praying for at least a time warp badge conversion. But doubt it. Yeah. Doubt it. I'd say just buy a lot more housing stuff. But not that I know of. I mean, we'll see. They haven't made a peep. For all we know, they'll just sell Mage Tower appearances or something like that. I don't fucking know. Would you like if WoW would migrate to Engine 5? I don't know what Engine 5 is. Now keep in mind, like, you know, people talk about, oh, they need a WoW 2.0 and blah, blah, blah. This is WoW 12.0, as far as I'm concerned. So, no. I don't... having a new engine, that doesn't do anything. You think they mean Unreal? No, it wouldn't do shit. Straight up, it wouldn't do shit. Like, they could put it on a different engine and it would look like this. Because they want it to look like this. That's it. What's the max housing number in early access? Like a total number of decor units, if that makes sense. There's a budget, Gumber, and items they're given different values. Like this beam has a value of 3. This thing of fruit has a value of 1, and other things have a value of 5. So my house at level 3 gives me a maximum budget of 1450. At level 1, you start at 900, which is, you know, pretty good already. It's definitely enough for anyone to get started with a very, like, you know, expansive room. Level 2 is at like 11 something or other. Yeah, to me the whole hey, they need to put on a different engine, that's it's very much a gamer thing to say. Oh man, it'd be cool if they just had stuff on a better engine, but it doesn't make anything easier or whatnot. Like, they would take that engine and they would butcher the shit out of it to make it work with how they want to. What's up, Magnus? At least WoW's engine has been better shipped than SWTOR's. That one's held together by spit, hopes, and dreams. You made another house. Alright, let's see. Alright, so what do we got here? Oh. Okay, I like this window vibe. It's too bad they... so... I think these are dyed, right? Because I don't think they, because the drapes don't match the overhangs and all that, but it still looks all cool. I like the reds. Oh, that's cool too. That's cool too. The custom stairs and all that with red. That's a good touch. That's a good touch. Nice. It's funny because I'm looking at the layout. I'm like, okay, this looks familiar. You know, like some of the, you know, the basic shapes and directions. I'm kind of familiar with it. Let's see. Not to mention the obviously Unreal Engine, whose latest versions are plagued with issues for multiple systems. I mean, I'm just thinking like, it's like if they were to move to, excuse me, if they were to move to a new engine, think of it like this. This is a bad analogy because I am not a programmer person or whatever. Think about it like this. Swapping engines is kind of like we're going to move into like a brand new house, and we need to move all the furniture and everything to make it look exactly the same and feel exactly the same. And there's like certain work, you know, there are certain challenges for that. What they are doing is they're taking their existing house and they're like kind of like rebuilding. They're kind of rebuilding it from the inside, kind of sort of like that. Awful analogy. Long past due to get caught up with EQ2 and Final Fantasy 14 on housing. Looking forward to messing with it this evening. Glad you can have two houses. Would have been paralyzed if I only had one choice throughout. The unique thing, now you guys have to correct me if I'm wrong. Like the way that WoW housing works, unlike some other places, maybe I think WildStar is the most similar one, is that you don't buy a new house in WoW. You know, it's like, yo, I want to get like, you know, imagine if instead of house levels, they were houses. So level one, so like the basic house has this much of a budget, 910. It's like, okay, cool. But if you want more budget and more rooms, then you would need to buy a new house. Buy a new house. Buy a new house. But you know, they're doing it differently. You know, instead we just kind of grow into it instead of having to like replace the house with like something else. I think that's it's a different approach. And it could have been handled like any number of ways. Can you catch fish in the water? Yes. And as far as I saw, I was still getting War Within fish. So I'm not quite sure how that's going to work. Chat, has anyone prepared RL snacks and drinks for the housing launch? Like my schedule today, it's going to be kind of normal-ish, you know, for a patch release. I'm going to be on until like late afternoon, early evening, and then I'm going to raid. I still plan on raiding with the team. Like I let them know because some of them they're excited about housing, but I didn't go as far as canceling the raid day. Now, I'm going to keep an eye on Discord, and if people are like, oh, I really would rather be doing this, and if there are enough people that are like, they'd rather do that, okay, fine. We'll go ahead and cancel the raid night, and, you know, we'll try out the house, we'll do housing stuff for the evening. It's like buying bigger ships in sci-fi games, kind of like that, as opposed to, you know, but then other games, you know, instead of buying a bigger ship, you can just kind of dismantle your old ship, build a brand new one. You know, that's kind of what's going on here. So I don't think people mean just using the newer engine, but modernizing the whole look of it. That's why they should not do it. It's too much work for... Yeah, like, because if they were on the latest spanking new engine, it's still going to look like this. Straight up. It's still going to look like this. Like, if WoW transferred to a new engine, they would still need to take that engine and make new tools out of it to make the game the way to make the game look like how it did before. So it'd just be a huge waste of time. Housing instant servers are going to be awful tonight. Could be, yeah. I wonder how much gold people will make from the adding of housing. That I'm not sure about. That's a very unknown market. I think the gatherers will win more than anyone, as usual. But as for like housing crafters, I don't know. There are things that I haven't been on the PTR, but there are things that are on the beta. Here, let me show you. Let me get on a different character. People confuse engine with art style. Very, very true. And some people would be like, yeah, but if they use the new engine, then they can have all these cool lighting effects and yada yada yada. But we kind of forget that one of the major pillars about running WoW is it needs to run off a shit ass computer. That thing needs to run off a potato. It's one of their, it's not really a mandate, but it's one of the things that they set for themselves. They want people on low end systems to run this thing just fine. So, you know, having those added benefits of like, oh my god, we can have these amazing lighting effects and blah blah blah, that appeals to certain enthusiasts, but it doesn't bring in players. You know what I mean? Having a fun game is what's going to get people to sell. That's what's going to sell boxes. Not, we're on Unreal 5. Oh shit! Now it's going to be real fun. You know? Anyway, what am I doing here again? I was going to take a look at crafting stuff. So, crafting stuff. So, will we make money? Probably, but it's going to be kind of weird. So, the core, so here's the core. Here's a thing of the core that we can make. It costs lumber, some bolts, and whatever. This is an easy thing to make. Here's something that's a little bit tougher. So this uses some higher end materials, whatever. And it happens to look like this. Yay! So if someone wants a thing like this, cool. You can have that thing crafted. Now, when you have it crafted, here are the stats. 39% crafting speed and 30% resourcefulness based on my stats here. So between these stats, I have 269 resourcefulness, buck 10 plus buck 15 plus 44, and like that's it. So the math probably works out. If we go to Dragon Isle stuff, and we do the same thing, we go to decor. Here we go. Here's a cauldron that asks for, wait, isn't this thing 50,000 gold? Or 20,000 gold? Holy shit. Damn. I think this is the really expensive thing, right? Anyway. Obviously an expensive thing. Notice here though, it only says, oh, actually I need to do it again. Notice it says here, resourcefulness is still there. It still uses the stats that I have. So it's not like I get a bonus because this is an older expansion, right? So does this also return to you once you make it? Or I made a cauldron yesterday for the first time and I was like, yeah, like, wait, do you get this back when you make it too? I don't think so. Well, maybe we can try it, but I don't want to bother farming for lumber. Anyway, 30% resourcefulness. So there's a chance I might get materials back. Whether it's lumber, maybe I'll get a cauldron back or something like that, but I'm not going to count on it. But then if we go further back, let's go to Cataclysm. And decor. Now you see that resourcefulness drops to 0, despite the amount of resourcefulness that is here. So one of two bugs is happening. One bug might be resourcefulness should be here, and the stat should apply to this as well. That's what I prefer, because I think that should be a thing. It should be consistent, right? The other bug is that this is even visible, and that the resourcefulness thing should just not even be around. That might be the bug, which to me is not ideal, because it means resourcefulness only matters for expansions that have these stats and not for previous ones, and I don't think that's okay. I firmly believe that these should count, that these stats should count for every expansion, because that's consistent, right? So I don't know. Where do you get the recipes for crafting all the housing stuff? Pretty much from trainers. I believe from warlords you need to use the secrets of Azeroth or secrets of whatever crafting thing to buy stuff, to buy recipes, but like that's it. By the way, thanks to Mona for gifting subs. Thanks to Gara, by the way, for the Prime. Much appreciated, dude. So what do you think of my exterior designs? I know you came to have a look. They're great. They're awesome. I think they're very inventive, very creative, because you're taking parts and using it to, like I mentioned earlier, skinning the whole house to make something entirely different. Like I showed off the Hobbit looking thing. That thing was pretty nuts. I think that's very cool. There are lots of ways that people can adjust the exteriors to be a thing entirely different, but still be super tasteful and very cool looking. Blizzard said whole house styles will be available in the future. You have info on that? I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. Whole house styles? Yeah, but I don't have any info on that. Thank goodness I still keep it with my garrison daily. I mean the biggest benefit I'd say out of the garrison would be to help to reduce or to otherwise eliminate the costs for dyes, because dyes can come from all sorts of herbs, including warlords. So you can use the garrison to basically make all the different kinds of colors you want. It's just a matter of how much of a quantity do you want. So maybe some people, they definitely want like a certain color, like right away. They might be spending some money. Housing starts today? Yep. What was someone saying? Still think lumber gathering should have been its own profession? No, because it's not really a profession. It's just a thing that you can get. Now, I would like it if I would consider like a lumber gathering. It's a warbound profession, if you want to think of it like that. First of its kind. But yeah. Now, the thing is, though, because it's a personal thing, you only farm lumber for yourself for the most part, unless you're crafting stuff to eventually sell. I hope that they do a little bit more with it, though. I've intentionally not checked to see what gets you the core, because I want the core I've already unlocked to be a surprise. Cool. Do you know if I start my house public, can I move into a guild neighborhood later? Yes, absolutely. I don't exactly know the cost. Everything that we've been seeing, like, it's been shown to be like 1,000 gold at most. But if you want to move from one neighborhood to another, then there's going to be a cost to it. If you're in the neighborhood but you want to move to a different plot inside an existing neighborhood, that should not cost you anything. You spent $1 million on herbs to prepare for housing? Holy shit, that's a brave investment. I spent about 20,000 on herbs, but I plan on just flipping. Yeah, to me that's what to me that's the thing. It's not gonna be me turning into ink. I'm just gonna try to flip it. So I just bought like cheap shit. Only thing that bothers me about lumber picking is that trees don't get chopped down like they did on Warlords. That'd be a really cool touch. So pour one out for New World. It's gonna shut down at some point next year, unless it's magically saved or something like that. But I was, for anyone who played, chopping wood there felt really satisfying. It was really cool to chop wood. Like the sound effects, the echo that you would get off of it, it sounded very cool. So for the short time that I was playing it, I mostly just chopped wood just to like chop wood. I didn't even do anything with it. I just kept chopping wood, and I just filled up my banks with wood because I didn't want to throw it away. I'm like, oh, maybe I'll use it someday, but I won't. But yeah, it was cool. You farmed 100k worth of herbs? It's a lot of herbs. Dropped about 70,000 for a specific material last night and farmed for... Oh, man. Chopping wood, feeling great is the only thing I remember about playing that. No, me too, dude. Absolutely. After the Doctor on Rothay Highlands and now with housing location, I can't stop thinking about what it was is working on a new revamped Azeroth after last Titan expansion. I think based on what we're seeing with Midnight, it's not going, you know, we're going to eventually see revamps, but it's going to be as we go. Yeah, it's going to be as we go. Now, what I'm going to be a little concerned about is someday, someday a zone like Searing Gorge. So I think what we're going to see more than anything throughout these revamps, and you guys probably recall, there are huge separations. Well, okay, it depends, but in some cases there are really, really big separations between zones, because that's just how WoW was back in the day. You know, like once upon a time, if you wanted to go from Mulgore to Desolus, which is just to the west, how did you actually do that? Here's Mulgore. You had to go east outside over to the Barrens, go all the way up to the Barrens, make your way to Stone Talon, go back all the way down, and then here you are in Desolus, knowing that Mulgore is like right there. So there's like these big separators between these zones, and I think the way that they'll eventually do like revamps is they'll somehow shave away these big separations, and that's what's going to get them space, because otherwise I don't think they intend to actually make everything bigger, but that'd be one way to claim space back. Now other zones that are here on the coast, like Winter Spring, this can be expanded out. They can add zones on top of it as well if they wanted to, because they're just building their way out, because there's nothing in their way. But zones that are in here, that's going to be it's going to be different. There's going to be a different challenge with that. You know what I mean? So. Is lumber soulbound? It's warbound. So everyone can gather lumber and everyone can just kind of gather it all in one spot. Like Gilder and I farmed material to to craft 2 of every piece of the core. The lumber farming will take ages though. Yeah, that's gonna be the thing. But hey, if you got the materials early, then at least you're saving some gold maybe. Farm for titanium. Paleo is someone for me. Chopping trees down is satisfying. I kind of remember chopping trees down there, but New World just had it. They really had that down. Like they gotta, wow, you gotta like steal that from New World. Check some of the herbs I bought. They were 10G when I bought them, and they were 60G before the server. Wow, why are they so expensive? That'll be another thing that I'll try to do. I'm gonna try to sell like some of the herbs and stuff that I have, because I just bought some that were like going for like a silver or something like that, and now I just want to flip. So can I start my house on an alt and it will share with all my accounts? Yes. Think the dead mines will use their ship in the New World? Ha ha ha. We can use those empty areas for housing now? Well, they need to develop it, so I don't think it's going to happen now, unfortunately. Sun in the Hill's been burning for the past 15 years. That made WoW feel so much bigger having to do that. How long is maintenance? For at least another 4 hours. Early access housing got me back into the game. I'm going to be super behind already once. No. All right, let's try to reassure each other. No one's fallen behind on housing. All right. You know, there is no race to finish. There is no, ooh, look at my house. My house is already done. No. Like housing is, it's a very personal journey don't rush it. Don't rush it. Don't feel like you got to race, unless you really feel like you really want to race. But yeah, don't compare what other people are doing. If anything, the race would be like, it would be for the gold making side of things. People have been trying to be on top of that, do the optimal thing so they can make a lot of gold from it. But as for actual, like, the building of the house, it's just your shit. Yeah, don't worry about it. One more question. Should we rush to housing plots when servers are up? Want all the plots full up? I don't really understand the plot situation. No, you don't have to rush for a plot either. Like, I'm sure it's going to be like disastrous when it's first coming out. So if there's a certain spot that you want in whatever territory, Borderlands territory, you're going to get it. It's just a question of who's going to be with you. If you're a solo player, you don't have to care at all. Not one bit. Like, you can... Here we go. Let me show you how it works. Like, hey, I want to find a house. Cool. So here's what you do. You just go to this house finder thing, and then you look for a plot. You look for the plot that you want. Let's say you want this one. Cool. I want that one. Then you just visit it. You reserve it for a few minutes, and then if you don't want it, then you can just choose a different thing. Now, let's say if you want this one, but it's taken. So you can just keep shifting through until you find a neighborhood that has the plot. So like this place is pretty filled up. There's a lot of places that are missing. There's only so many places that are left. Okay, let me go to a different neighborhood. Or this one. Or this one. Okay, this one is much less filled right now. So I'm going to choose this one to go to. That's how it works. So you will always be able to find the plot you want. You run into exceptions when you want to move into a private neighborhood with friends or guildmates or whatever. Then it's going to be different. Mostly different. Any good tips for some? Is there a place for tips on the difficult to construct things? No, not that I've seen. I've seen people do builds, but no one who's done like an actual talk through of like how to do it. How do guild neighborhoods work? Do you need people to sign something in, or do you just make it? The person with the guild makes it, or the person who runs the guild, they make it. So you need to have a certain guild size, and then you make it. Ta-da! Glad you're showing this. I was confused. Oh, no problem, dude. Now's the time to ask questions, and chat is moving a little bit fast, so I'll try to catch it. But yeah, feel free to ask questions. I'm happy to help out, find clarifications if you want a certain thing to farm. I'll just keep pointing people to the website because it's so fucking good. Incoming Minecraft style shorts of building stuff, you could probably get some monetization doing that, but it's really higher for content, lots of editing and time taken when you build stuff. It depends. Like, if people can really just get in the zone and build, then you're fine. Then they can easily make like build content. And it's like a very easy, cozy, relaxing thing to watch. Like when I go on my lunch break, I'll play the housing demo that one of the devs did. It's very good. After I make the guild hood, does it matter how many people stay? Yes, but I don't know how it works in DMT. So like, they want to have a minimum number of people who are in like the guild or the private neighborhood, but I'm not quite sure what happens if enough people leave the neighborhood, or what. Like, how does a private neighborhood collapse when there's too few people? Like, we know that there are restrictions to spin it up. You know, you need 10 people for a private or a guild neighborhood in order to make the private neighborhood. But what happens when you don't have enough people? What if people leave? Is there a prompt? Is there a timer? Like, that I don't know yet. This being the last patch of War Within, is there catch-up gear? I've not touched my druid since last expansion. Yeah. When you're leveling, there's gear that rains from the sky. Yeah. Now, as for like, hey, can I get to like this level like instantly? That is a bit more murky of an answer. Haven't managed to find an answer yet. If I make a house before my guild leader makes the neighborhood, can I just move my house to the guild neighborhood? Yes. It might cost like I think like 1,000 gold to move over, but yeah, you can do it. No problem. It just, you know, that's it. Do you actually have to sign a thing like the charter neighborhoods? Didn't know that. Guilds do not. The guild leader, they just, as long as they meet the requirements, they just go up to the NPC steward person. They say, hey, I want to make a guild neighborhood. You name it, and you're done. So. There needs to be more than 10. If not, then it becomes public. How does that work? Because I haven't seen anything official on that. I've seen some data mine stuff, some strings that suggest how a private neighborhood can turn into a public one, but not quite sure how that works. So, anything still worth chasing in the last update to Legion Remix? I don't know, because we don't know exactly what's happening during the last phase. There's going to be catch-ups and some other stuff, but I'm not sure. What mix of music is this? It is every WoW soundtrack that I could find on Spotify. What if your guild is 20 people on the same account? Then it will not work. If you're on the same account, that only counts as one. Now, let's go to a neighborhood. Let's actually go to a spot. There's definitely concerns from folks that are like, yo, I want to be in a neighborhood all by myself. I don't want anyone around. And that's a fair take. The closest thing to a counter take, by the way, thanks to Tricky, thanks to Furgen, thanks to Vorian, thanks to Stregnar for the primes. Appreciate it, guys. People want to be alone. Fair. Get it. Totally get it. Now, I guess the question to ask is, how alone are you on your plot? So like here's some rando plot that I chose. You know, and there's the question of, do I feel cramped or crowded? Because hey, there's a neighbor right there. You know, so maybe that's a bit too much. Maybe that's a bit too close for comfort. Or maybe I have a friend and I want to be close to like that person. That's fair too. But what if I want to go to like a place that's a bit more isolated, right? How about here? So this spot here, you know, kind of far and away from everyone else. Don't really have much of a view of anyone nearby. Like, I think there's a place like all the way over there. There's a place like all the way down there, but you're largely like, you know, you're fairly isolated from other stuff. Is this good? You know, subjective question, right? But does this feel like you're alone enough in the neighborhood? Or is it like not a big deal that every now and then you'll see someone zoom by to their place? Or they're fishing, or they're having some sort of RP event somewhere. Something like that. It's not like there's any fighting that happens here. There's no mobs, there's no we're under attack, you know, we don't have anything like that. Oh, is this a popular spot? Yeah. So, and anyone can have this spot. So that way you can overlook stuff. There's like this little chill area there. Yeah, you can't decorate that spot, but you know, that's within your space. And you can just like vibe here and do what you want. Can you build a fence so high that you'll never see another person? Yeah, you sure can. You can like just set platforms and walls, and like this will be, you can have like a whole barracks kind of thing here. Now it's going to be limited to the size. So I believe like if you follow the mouse, it's going to kind of like be this sort of like rectangular shape around here, right? But yeah, you can close things off. Sure. Yeah, trees and all that. That's totally fine too. I mean, you're into the budget, but you can absolutely have that. Trees get big, man. How can you tell what's inside your space? How can you tell? It's your space. You're you're close. Proximity. You should should know. Do you think we'll get new plots in the same neighborhoods? I mean, the mountains are pretty empty. Also nice that you found my plot. Oh, is this your plot? Oh no. Okay. It happens to be the same plot you chose. Okay. I would like them to do that because you look at it. Here's the neighborhood, and here's empty space. Here's nothing. So part of me, so I've been predicting, hey, it'd be cool if they were to like knock out these mountains, or like here there's like they might have houses up top here, or there might be a cave that leads inside these mountain ranges, and then you can have like some stuff that's like kind of underground. That'd be cool. I'd love for them to do something like that. And I think that's the cleanest way for them to expand on neighborhood biomes. Instead of separating players into these separate neighborhoods, why don't we just have them still be on the same neighborhood, but then we just kind of like dig their way in? I think that's quite reasonable. So the thing is, just keep talking about it. You know, I think the worst thing that we can do, or the worst result, is that we don't care. And we stop and we just shut up, we give up and don't bother. So you're able to see other people's plot when you fly by, or do you got to be in a group with them first? Basically, yes. It's hard to directly visit someone else's neighborhood without a minimal social connection. So if I wanted to visit Bob's house over here, in a different neighborhood, I would need to have them on my BattleNet friends list, or they would need to be in my immediate party or raid, or they would need to be in the same guild. I think those are the three things: BattleNet stuff, party, guild. I feel like I'm missing something, but you need to have some sort of social connection with the person. I think basic friend list works too. Well, actually, no, I'm not sure. We need to be able to change the color of rocks and boulders. That'd be cool. Yeah. I think those mountains were supposed to be the connection point to the actual zones. Maybe. I don't know. I'll build my fell cave of death, summoning of darkness eventually. Yes. Oh, look. Is this their house? Oh. Troll time. Whose house is this? This is Kruger's house. Yeah, since I'm here. Let's creep. Can I go in Kruger's house? Nope. Cannot. Hopefully a recent Mythic Plus pugs are not included. That'd be hella funny. Oh, you can die the rocks. Okay. Cool. Okay, like I'm cold, but I'm not cold. That zip-up hoodie of mine is like very good at what it does. For example, the tune you're on as a horde, visit my alliance home if I invite you to group. Wait, let me reread that. The tune you are on as horde, can I visit your alliance home if I invite you to group? Yes. Yeah. What is the current thinking what all the empty space in the neighborhood is about? My prediction is future expansions. You know, for the same reason that right now there's only a 200 decor limit outdoors is why, you know, we don't otherwise have more houses. Now, it would be cool if, like, let's pretend we do the underground thing, okay? We do the underground thing, and there's like one way in, one way out, and it's treated similarly to Zeralek Caverns, right? Where you do this kind of this passive phasing sort of thing, you know, no load time, no load screen or whatever, but there is a load screen, but it lets you get access to like more stuff that's down here. I think that'd be cool. It'd be a tasteful way for them to expand on the neighborhood without stressing out the existing neighborhoods. You know, it'll cause less of a it'll be less of a technical hurdle for them. Why don't you have a chair? I have a chair. It's right over there. I just like standing up during streams for the most part. My effort, at some point I'll turn squats back on. I still haven't yet. I admit initially I didn't like the SimCity theme of the purported houses. The garrisons were big enough, so hoping this will work out. On beta, I'm having a blast creating. That's the whole thing. There's like, my allergies coming up? Jeez. Do 700 burpees. Yeah, I'll totally like fall over, knock down the desk, and I'm done. Is there a way you can make a downstairs basement room that is essentially a swimming pool? Basement stuff's not really a thing. But yeah, you can probably make a pool. But as for an interactive pool you actually swim in, no, that's not a thing yet. Do you have any worries that housing could get boring or stale? Like come last Titan, will people be over housing? I worry it might. Depends on how interesting or engaging endeavors are. I mean, you can answer that right away. If housing appeals to you, then you have endless content. There is no end to housing. Unless you want to end it. You know, it's very much a how interested are you in it, you know? Because you don't exactly get the same dopamine fix from housing that you get from beating up that last boss or making time on that Mythic Plus run. It's different. At the same time, it's a sandbox too. This is the first of its kind where it's like, okay, you're done, but like ... to be continued until, hey, maybe some other cool stuff will come in and maybe you might appeal, maybe that appeals to you. Some people, they'll use their house as like this this big trophy room, and they'll eventually want to add like their gains, their booty, you know, their accomplishments, and so the house is going to keep growing. So maybe it won't be in the sense of, hey, I'm going to constantly engage with this thing, but it's like, okay, every now and then as I do something that I feel is cool and that I'm proud of, I want to show it off in my house because this is my achievement menu put into form. And maybe that's all it needs. Maybe that's all it is to people. That's cool. So until midnight is live, there's no new gear upgrades until then, or is there going to be another kind of season? No new season. No new season. What we have is what we have. I don't know what is going to get any higher. So if you want to start preparing now, go ahead. Or just wait for like more gear catch-ups and stuff to come in. Like someone mentioned catch-ups, and Turbulent Timeways is going to start today. That's pretty easy gear. By the way, thanks to Thargarus for the Prime. Appreciate it. If you're like me, you'll remake your house like 8 times like I did on beta. Yeah, people might do that. I'm just wondering how many times I can redecorate my house. I'm super excited for it. It just really depends on what you want to do with it. Are realms up? No. Especially as your room budget grows, your ideal layout is probably going to change a lot. Yeah, like during early access, I'm only going to really probably maybe work on one room. And that's the cafe. That's it. I'll probably remodel every 2 months, Lamau. I mean, I'm not going to work on it for one day and be done. That's for sure. This is going to be like a slow, like, let me spend like half an hour to an hour or something like that tinkering with stuff, and then I want to go play other games. You know, something like that. Like I'm not locked in You know, I don't really do that. Not even in WoW. Not even in this game that I make into my life. Yeah, I gotta disconnect sometimes. Saturday, Sunday now will be interesting. By the way, for Farmer Rep, Dark Moon, and the birthday overlap like 5 hours. You might want to write that down. I know that I'm not gonna care for it, but no, that's a thing too. If people are trying to get like a little bit more rep, like that's a thing. I imagine as we go along, we'll gain access to new stuff. This will cause people to redecorate to make room for XYZ asset. I mean, there's the decor that we see now, but then like what will Blizzard respond to over time? So like at the moment, there are no you can't use profession stations and stuff like that inside the house. That's not a thing. But what if it does become a thing? Okay, cool. Now I feel like I want to have like this whole crafting room that's dedicated for all my alts to come in and do like crafting stuff. I don't know if it's gonna be used for like public orders or whatnot, but it'd be kind of cool to have. You know, what if the time comes when weapon and armor racks become a thing? Cool. I'm gonna put weapons all over the place. I want to show off the things that I've done. I want to have like a whole hallway of like weapons or shields or something like that go through the eras. So as I go down the hall, like you can see like stuff from TBC, Wrath, Cataclysm. You know, you can see how that changes. It'll be my own little diorama of favorite weapons of mine. You know, all sorts of ideas that can come in as soon as they start adding in like new stuff. What if they let the warband like chill around here? Then I really can have my steward like walking around doing stuff. What about pets? What about mounts? What about a working stable for the outdoors? Lots of stuff. Check out it down on the Horde housing. The Mako reactor should still be on your friends list on beta. Is there a new catch-up during this new patch? Not exactly, but Turbulent Timeways is running right now. Have they said anything about saved builds? They said that they want to do it, but it's not going to be in for early access. Yeah. So right now, if you want to do a new build, you're doing a teardown or you're just making another room. That door is so thick. Holla. If they do professions, I hope it's in the communal area of the housing district rather than in the house itself to keep some community vibe. I wouldn't mind if it's just in the house, but what I wouldn't want it to replace city functions. Like if you want to do patron orders, it's not going to be found here. You're going to be going into the city for that. If you and you won't be able to access trade chat from the neighborhood. So if you want to bark your wares and all that stuff, you're going to have to go into the city for that. And I think that's fine. But if it's like guild stuff or whatever, or if you just want to have it like just as like your theme, but it happens to be functional, I think that should be a thing. That's my dilemma. I definitely will engage with the system, but I'm struggling with the why will I want to go home. It's the same reason why you would want to change out your transmog or consider throwing on a different title or pets. It's just a lot more involved. That's all. That's really all it is. Can you cook at fire? I believe you can cook from certain decor. That's it. Like a fireplace. Yeah, like fireplaces or campfires or whatever. I wonder if anyone who's worked on Wall Stars housing is over at WoW nowadays. It feels like it. There was a certain company called Proletariat that was bought out, and they're basically dedicated for housing. Can you change the entrance location on your interior? Set it on a different location? No. You will always enter the house from this little nook here. So like even if you were to take this door and put it here, which you can do, it's kind of funny. and you can leave from this door. You can't. You do exit from it, but when you go in, you are you're still at that one spot. Did you ever play Sonic Adventure 2? No. There was a child pet raising side game that was amazing. I want a garden to raise my pets in my house. That'd be a good way to. Oh, so you could like, spawn pets and all that. Oh, that would be really degen though, because you know people are going to. Okay, I don't think you can. I can see how you can prevent multiple accounts from doing it, but then I think that would just really saturate like the number of pets that are around. Anytime in the first few weeks I get grumpy about having a low budget or whatever, I just need to remember how disappointed I was in Final Fantasy XIV's housing. I didn't get to engage with it enough. So how restricted is the housing in Final Fantasy XIV, like budget-wise? I know that there's like, you know, the whole clipping thing, that's, you know, you have to do a lot of finagling to make the clipping and stuff work in Final Fantasy XIV, but what about like the budget? Because I don't know. I am not on the PTR, I am on beta. Can you remove your weapon with your set when you're inside or turn into a hammer? I can turn into a hammer. Or a frying pan or a mug. Probably. That's probably a good idea. Let's do that. Here, let me get out of the house. with this floating door. Aljet budget wasn't too bad, but clipping was a pain. Got it. There were some really inventive things that they made. But it feels like WoW has just kind of like blown them out of the water with what's possible. So casual-ish. So we'll change this to oh, you know, since I'm on the beta, I don't know if it transferred over. So let me see if it mug tank. Nope. No, I don't have it. No. Yeah. That's weak. Oh well. Hammer. I saw a plain hammer earlier. Okay, give me a good looking plain hammer. I think there was one from War Within or something like that. I just want like a, not, oh, here we go, this one. Yeah, so like that'll work. So, blood elf, cool guy. Then we take it off, we strip it down, and then I got a hammer. Yeah. And I'm not using a shield right now, so that's why you don't see me with a shield. Cool, let's go. Blizzard needs to create a way to save items you create out of a bunch of other items as a single piece to be able to save and not build again and cut down on the count against your house like transmog. There are a lot of pieces to that stamina. So you got to think of it in a couple ways. So you want to save items that you create out of a bunch of other items as a single piece, but the first step though is it needs to count as a single piece. So like for example, let me see. So this this table. If I click on the table, not everything moves with it because, well, things were resized afterwards. So in order to create, actually, that's not going to work at all. So these items here, these were actually resized because they didn't really sit on the table right. Because you can see here when it sits on the grid, it doesn't snap right. But if I did use the grid to snap it, then it'll actually link to the table. And when it does, here, so if I put it here, like it's not really where I want it to be, but at least they're hooked together now. So now they move together. Now it's considered like one piece. In a situation like this, you can, if they really put in the effort, or if they work on it, they can create a system where this is like saved, right? In the case of this though, when you go into advanced mode and you place things down, it unhooks. So it no longer gets linked together. So the first step that they need to do is to somehow make it so that these links will still exist even after you use advanced mode to tweak and move things around. So they need to do that first before anything else. Then they need to find some way to save all this into like a separate like folder or something. Like here, let's like so like here's the storage, and then here's like some saved items, and then they could store it like that. That would be cool, right? So don't get me wrong, I love for them to do it, but there are like steps, there are challenges that they need to take care of, and they're clearly working on getting things like stable and up and running first before they start going on with like features that we definitely want, but there's a line, you know what I mean? Level 1 house is bigger than an apartment. Right on. No way they let you save it as a single item, but blueprint should be a thing at some point. Didn't realize the snap parented. Yeah, but it gets undone. So like here we go. So I'll do this again. So here we go. Like this thing's linked. That's cool. I can move this, move it there, and what I could also do now is I can take this and I can still go into an advanced mode, and I can move the table, and what's hooked on there is it'll still hook together, right? Same thing goes if I were to rotate stuff. So all that stuff, like it stays hooked. However, as soon as I start manipulating things that are on top of it, then things get all fucked up. So if I move this, now you can see like all of a sudden it goes back to its original orientation because it disconnected from this table. So now it's going to look like that. So there's definitely challenges to deal with here. I think I'll have to like just reset this, or yeah, put it away or something like that. Actually, no, I don't have to do that. I can still put it there, and then, but then I don't want that there. I want that here. Yay. Do you guys think they'll make the window see-through? We got to be able to see the view. You already can. There are certain windows. So like, here's a window. So you can see here, it's opaque, right? But when you turn it around, it becomes translucent. Ooh, magic. So again, opaque, translucent. So you can kind of, so here's like a pre-build. It's not the cleanest thing, but this is like doable. And so a lot of things that we saw during early access, or I'm sorry, during beta, was people who were using these to like make windows. But you can also do all sorts of other stuff too. You can make your own. You can just get a bunch of these bars, resize them, make windows of your own, that sort of thing. That's cool. Do we know more about the tasks we need to do to unlock other stuff in games like Hearthstone when we do housing? I think you just do the intro, lo-fi. So you do like the housing intro, and then that'll get you like all the other things from Hearthstone, from StarCraft, and other places. Blizzard needs to make more types of clear windows and give us more planks and beams and columns and make them dyeable. Yeah, sure. I mean, the beams that we have right now. Keep this in mind. Orgrimmar, Belemeth, Silvermoon, Stormwind. 4 races, and these are the 4 that are 2 that are going to be available for early access. 2 more at least are confirmed for midnight, and hopefully more that will come like very, very soon. But I trust that when the time comes, hopefully, when the time comes and we get additional races, that we're going to see more beams. You know, goblins are going to have steel beams. They're probably not going. They're probably going to be shaped the same way, and that sort of stuff. So, I made a showcase, but no idea how to add sound, so it's without sound. Wait, what's a showcase? We're solely missing a rugged stone and a metal beam. But would the goblin beams melt? Huh? Heart of Steel variants? I doubt. This is cope, but I doubt we're gonna see. I don't know what to call these. I doubt we're gonna see structural items be put into the shop. I think that would be a reason for me to talk about Heart of Steel again, because I'm not really going to talk about it anymore, aside from just, you know, reminding people, oh, you just use gold. But I think if they did a structural thing with it, I think that would not be good. Any new drops starting today? Yeah, it's for a an Arakoa looking mask. I doubt they're greed. I know that they're more tasteful than what some people will make them out to be. Oh my god, corporal greed, blah blah blah. But yeah, I always get called a shill for that sort of shit. I don't mind it too much, but I could see how they can do much worse, but they don't. You know, I actually accuse Blizzard of being pretty bad about monetizing. How easy is it to level up the core levels? Are we going to get 5 or 6 fast, or does it take time? It depends on how much of a veteran you are. Like, I got to 3 no problem, and I think I could get to 5, you know, just going around picking up stuff that I haven't yet. Killing bosses. So, like, I think I saw that there are 24 drops. So that's 240 experience. If you go around and take out these guys one time and get the core from them, then that's another 240 that I contribute to, like, whatever. So I think this is what my starting level is going to be when realms come up. But I'm also gonna I think to get here I also need to switch to a number of characters as well, different classes, because I think they'll unlock other decor as well. Once that's done, then, you know, I'll get another 200 something here, and then I'll just go around the planet collecting stuff. So do you know how guild neighborhood creation works for the GM? We plan on going to the North Core neighborhood, but I'm the GM and I'm Alliance. You need to make a new guild. Yeah, you need to make a guild, have 10 different people in that Horde guild, and then you can make the Horde neighborhood, and then everyone else can join. Well, everyone can join, right? You know, yeah. Yeah, that's it. You're here for the drop? Okay. It'll feel if I ever go so bad, I think I'm quitting. It will. I feel ever go so bad, I think of quitting if they started actively selling power in the store. Yeah, and they haven't, so. I saw I did a rare thing. I don't do this very often, but I watched the YouTube video that is not just like TV clips and stuff like that. It was from the Lazy Peon. And he was talking about how MMOs are just struggling here in the West because they're very expensive to make. Because people in the West, they make more money than people over in like Asia and whatnot. And so it becomes hard. And at one point he talks about how, you know, what kind of monetization works. And he posited that an ideal way would be, if it's free to play, you know, the game needs to of course be good, but then they go really, really hard on the cosmetics, from transmog to emotes to sound effects and all sorts of things that just let people stand out from others, even at the risk of looking like whales and stuff. Like, oh, there's like $1,000 transmog, sure, whatever, you know, let go ahead and let that be a thing. And he pointed out how it is a successful model in other places with other games, but part of that success is also because it's, you know, they're cheaper to maintain. WoW is very expensive to maintain because it's a largely Western company. So I am very I'm very numb to the whole idea of them going like really hard into cosmetics in the shop. I don't care. And it's mostly because the WoW token exists. It's thanks to the WoW token that I don't really see dollar signs when it comes to their shop. I just see gold icons. You know what I mean? So now I just need to play the game the way that I feel like playing, make gold, and then get everything that I want, including cosmetics, including game services, including whole ass expansions. So, you know, call it corporate greed, blah, blah, blah. That's all true. But how do we interact it as players? What do we do about it? There are ways to go around it. So, I can only edit my property and house interior. I am not certain about. Actually, let's see how it looks on beta right now. I need another beta client. Actually, no, this won't work because I'm on the same. Yeah, I'm on the same account. Never mind. Yeah, that won't do. I need to be. I don't believe you can. I don't believe there is a building permission thing yet. Honestly, fair. WoW token is a good medium. It mucks up the conversation. I get what people are saying about, oh, they're corporate greed, blah, blah. But and you know, I love using but. It's a thing. Just saw the housing trailer put out by Blizzard on X. Let's just say seeing Horde Alliance being friendly made me throw up in my mouth. You'll have different plot numbers for Horde Alliance unless you choose the same on both. Does anyone know if the War Within meta and Gear Grinder mount are out today? No. Actually, no, I take that back. I don't know. Yeah, I do not know. And PTR's down, so I can't really say. I don't mind shop cosmetics when the shop stuff is merely costumes, character costumes, furniture, etc. I think companies should have a guiding star on their principle of store mogs. I am not on the PTR, I'm on the beta. It's like someone makes a great soup and someone poops in it. It's still a great soup, but the taste is going to suffer. I don't really buy into that. I don't think that's a very good analogy. I mean, it's just... It's more like... Think of ramen, all right? Ramen. So good right now with the cold weather. Think of ramen. And it's like got all the good shit in it. The broth's hella good. You got all the fixings. You got the egg, you got the seaweed, you got some pork belly in there. But there's only one pork belly. And you want two. And it's supposed to have two because you go to other places, and some places they have ramen with 2 pieces of pork belly. This one only has 1, but it's otherwise really good. And you gotta pay extra for the fucking pork belly. God damn it. That's how I feel about that. That's how I feel when it comes to like cosmetics and whatnot in games like this. I always think of ramen. Do I have to log on to any character I've been on to claim the decor that is simply linked? I would recommend doing that, Rebel. I mean, you don't have to do it right away. If realms are looking unstable and stuff and you just want to play, just do one character at a time. You're not in a rush, right? Unless you're like me and you're like, can I get to a level 5 house like right now? Then you'll want to do it. Okay, but at the same time, complain about costs when you have increased profits year over year for the past 2 decades is them padding their profits and trying to get them to accept increasing profits. I when I look at those, I look at those as like a reader, but then I turn myself back into a gamer and I'm like, do I give a shit? You know, like I wonder to myself sometimes, am I thinking about this too much? Look, I'm just here for my dopamine fix, and I am caring about like, you know, the quarterly earnings of blah 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 and how much profit the thing is making and how the layoffs are affecting like the industry and so on and so forth. Like it's good to empathize with that sort of stuff, but in the end we're still just playing a video game. And it's very easy and transactional to just be like, okay, I'm having fun, I'm going to engage. I'm not having fun, I'm not going to engage, and that's kind of it. So, yeah. Is the 5 max until 12:00? Yes. In the end, we all become Fortnite. Saw your early access housing bit in chatting and while Kia chat about daylight and evening housing rooms not being available. Correct. They are not. They're not available. They are a launch thing, not an early access thing. As for why, I don't know. Why are they time gating it? Oh my god. I'm not sure. Maybe it's because they plan to do more with it. I have no idea. Or maybe they originally had planned to do more for it, but people are already happy with it. So maybe they should just make it a thing right away. I don't know. But we don't know. People worry too much about things they have zero say over. The world is very heavy, guys, girls, everyone. The world is a very heavy place to carry on our shoulders, and you know it's not a bad thing to give feedback and be like, yo, I want this, I want this, I want this. You know, don't shut up, right? But it's another thing altogether to let it just like sour the mood, and especially try to drag other people down and turn it into like, oh, well, you should be thinking like this, Soul. You have a platform. You should be with us and railing against this thing and blah blah. And I'm like, yo, I'm just gonna have another drink and relax. All right, y'all fight the good fight. And as soon as this thing like becomes like really unfun and the feedback doesn't do anything, then I just stop playing. You know, and if that ruins the career, oh well. Because I'm not gonna talk about this game or whatever if I'm not having fun in it. Like, you be able to tell if I'm like miserable in this game, but still talking about it. I don't watch creators really, but is there anyone out there who makes content for the game but like can't stand the game? I'm not just talking about WoW, but are there people who do that? Where it's really just the job, but they're not really passionate about it, or it sounds like super fake. Yeah, I'm really not trying to call anyone out. Like, I'm not trying to start some shit, but because I don't even see anyone. So. Oh, Vinro, you talk about Nixium, the machinima dude? I remember hearing something about him talking about a private server for a while, and he was like, "Yeah, dude, talking it up," and then he had to take it down because I think he got in trouble. Come to Azeroth to avoid political discourse. Yeah, there's that too, man. Like, there are folks who take lore really, really seriously, and it's really hard for me to talk to those folks. By the way, thanks to Soup Sandwich, thanks to AMF Werewolf, thanks to Pugs Rock, thanks to Hannah. Thank you guys. I love y'all. We appreciate it. Y'all keep the lights on, and that is no joke. But yeah, some people, lore people, oh man, they're tough to deal with. And you know what? I'm tough to deal with for those people too, because I'm like, oh, whatever, man. And they'll be like, don't say whatever to literal genocide. I'm like, no. This is literally a video game we're talking about. You know, let's can we hit the brakes on this one? We're getting way too passionate about this, man. Nixon's doing Lorvitz now. That's cool. Gonna recreate Theramore so we can battle Bob it. Only watch me and Krendor. Krendor's fun. Lawyers and lore fundamentalists don't understand game design. Lawyers? Should I just say lawyers? Okay. Am I not chatting with you? Chat's going too fast. So if I miss something, Grim, I'm sorry. It's people who whine that are annoying. It's just hard to engage with them. Some folks are just hard to talk to because they're more interested in just being heard than to have a discussion. So that's how I kind of twist it. Like, I'll copium that kind of stuff too. Like, I think people are inherently, like, you know, good people. They just want to enjoy their video game and all that, but sometimes it's hard to communicate with. I don't chat. Oh, that's what you meant, Grim. I mean, you know, I'm not even caught up. Not caught up. It's not even live yet. I barely know what's going on at midnight. Our anniversary server's up? I don't know. Someone made Diagon Alley from Harry Potter. Nice. Lore's fun to delve into. I had my little stint. I had my phase of like doing theories and stuff because some of the stuff is fun to talk about. I think some of the most fun was talking about like what the Titans are really and stuff like that. And then Shadowlands came out. You know, and it demystified a lot of like the cosmic stuff that really shouldn't have been a thing. Like, I talked about how Battle for Azeroth should have had a somewhat different timeline and then just turned into 2 expansions, because it could have been 2 expansions instead of just one. Chat in the Burning, Teldrassil was one of the most interesting stuff that I've seen in quite a while. I think the thing that I got the most shit about, honestly, about the tree, the worst thing was that I was hearing. When I talked about this, I called it Teldrassil. That's how I said it. There are a lot of things that I'm just going to say it the way I want to. Dornigal, I'll say it however I want. Orgrimmar, I'll say it however I want. People try to correct me. I'm like, I'm not going to say it any differently. Teldrassil, though, that was... I got a lot of shit for that one. People were mad because I said it multiple times throughout this very long speculation video. Teldrassil, and I took the feedback, so fine. It's Teldrassil. But yeah, I'll sometimes get corrected with Dornigal. It's Dornogal or whatever. I'm like, oh, whatever, Dornigal. You know what I'm saying? Or I'll say Orgrimmar, and they're like, no, it's Orgrimmar, and I'm like, all right, dude. All right, Johnny English. Let me correct myself here. Yeah. So some folks are sticklers about it. Unfollow, yeah. Somebody correcting, sometimes I'll comment under YouTube videos under the other, it's about the other viewers, not the creator. Oh, no, they are 100% correcting me. I say Paladin. No, me too, Deathel. When I remember the first time I saw the word Paladin, it was Final Fantasy 2 or 4, whatever. when Cecil, who I pronounced Cecile at the time, that was the main character of Final Fantasy II. Cecile started off as a Dark Knight, but then eventually he turned into this badass white-haired paladin. Hell yeah, dude. And sometimes, back in the day, when we didn't have, Google to tell us how to pronounce things, we just said it, Like, remember in Final Fantasy III, there was like these two really good swords. All right, I'm quizzing you guys now. Final Fantasy 3 or 6 or whatever, you had these two swords and you used the Genji glove. So you can use both and use the offering as well. So you could do 8 hits and you just fuck dudes up, right? So one of them was called Illumina. Cool sword. And then sometimes you use the Atma weapon, but then whatever. But then the other one was called Ragnarok. That's how I pronounced it, Ragnarok. I'm like, oh, dude, this sword's dope. And my friend said it too. So one of us said it first, and then the others just kind of followed through, and then we always called it Ragnarok. Ragnarok. Yeah. You guys remember that one movie? It was the third Thor movie, Thor Ragnarok. Hell yeah, dude. Sometimes we just pronounce things wrong. So a true paladin would sheathe his sword. The way you pronounce it correct, it's a French name and Japanese say it like, Japanese say it like that too? Yes. Yeah, because people will say Cecil. And the first time I heard it, I think it was like some football player or something like that. I was like, what, Cecil? Who the fuck is Cecil? Is that how it's supposed to be pronounced? Oh, shit. Yeah. My favorite class is Paladin, with the oil lamp weapon and the monkey combat event. If you pronounce a word wrong, it just means you learned it by reading, and reading it is pretty great, so there you go. Yeah, there we go, yeah. The word paladin comes from the late Latin word palantius, meaning palace officer, which is derived from... I love, like, the suddenly facts. Is Blizzard getting rid of add-ons with this patch? No. Sea salt for Cecil is so wrong, haha. I pronounced proving ground as proving ground. Ah, because you got to probe yourself, right? I pronounced so many things incorrectly and I thought for the longest time that's how you said it. Yeah, like I guess that's not a pre-internet thing, right? But you grow up pronouncing things a certain way for the longest time, and then it just kind of sticks forever until you're suddenly corrected, and then you're just blown away. Like, oh, Ragnarok. And then you think, I'm like, oh, that's actually how it's written out too. So I was just screwing up. Sheesh. I say shit wrong to annoy my friends. I mean, I'll say it sometimes, like, hell, when I'm just talking. You know, like, okay, guys, I'm gonna go back to Orgrimmer. Because that's phonetically correct, too. You can't say I'm wrong. Someone pronounces it Orgrimmer. Which would be kind of fun. I always called Cecil from FF2 Cecil. Yeah, for me it was Cecile. For years. Decades, even. It's the downside of reading more than you talk to people or engage with audio media. Yeah. Or you wonder to yourself, like, oh, is it someone's accent that's just saying it like that? Like, remember, you know, as a person of color and someone who lives here in the California Bay Area, I see and hear, or I hear all sorts of different accents who will pronounce things in wild ways. And so part of just living here is to understand that when people are talking, I'm going to hear things pronounced in different ways, and I'm not going to correct them because then I'm just a douche. So not, and I feel bad, you know, to accuse people who try to correct me of like when I pronounce things as being kind of douchey, but that's how I take that most of the time. I'm like, dude, it's the word. In Japan, it's parrot. Fair. Oh, and wait, is there another new housing trailer? I know there was one that came out about 2 hours ago. Don't tell me there's like another one. I think he's referring to the old one. Yes, referring to the old. Okay. When I get the chance, when the pre-patch is out, I'm gonna make a Void Elf Demon Hunter. Oh, when the pre-patch comes out, right? Who am I playing right now? I'm on my Paladin. I'm on beta right now. How? It's just beta. That's all. My Spanish teacher kept me from thinking someone correcting you was a douche. They'll instinctively just say the word while you speak because later you might say it correctly. Oh, it's one thing like like if they're subtle about it, then I'm like, okay, I'll get it. Especially if I hear them say it later. To me, that's kind of like a soft skill. But in the context of YouTube comments, it's like, okay, dude. If I have a horde house, can I have my alliance quest achievement items on my house? Basically, yes. I don't recall if there are things that are really faction exclusive or not. Are there things that I can't place down if I'm the wrong faction? Does anyone know that answer actually? Because I am not certain. Yeah, I don't know. There aren't? Yeah. How do you pronounce a female paladin? I read it times back than a paladina. Maybe it's paladine. I don't know. If you have a guild private neighborhood, you can turn it into a public if I'm right, but after you put it as public, you can... I think I'm not quite sure about that, Andre. I remember seeing data mine strings for that, but as for the actual functionality, I am not sure if that's a thing. So that's why I haven't really been talking about that, except for, hey, I see some data mine strings about this, but I don't know if that functionality is going to be in. I think the only reason they've not done away with the faction system is they don't want to be able to sell half as much merch. They can't sell both Horde and Alliance branded stuff then. Oh, I can tell you why they haven't done it yet. It's because people are just too fucking immature. Sorry. As much as any of us might be like reasonable about, yo, just let us party together and stuff like that. There are people who are, like I said, they're very into their lore. They will not dare to hang out with those pink skins. Oh my god, no way. Oh, thanks for the bits, Waldman. So those were the sounds I was getting. Okay. I was hearing it earlier and I didn't quite know where they came from. But yeah, thanks, dude. I'd not like it if they did away with it, to be honest. I like killing people for lore reasons. It's weird that there are people racist about wild races. I'm skeptical whether there is a feminized version of that word, given that when paladins were prevalent, women were still kind of property. Okay, y'all are taking that whole paladina thing kind of seriously. The pink skin? Yeah, I mean, I'd say soft skin, but then that doesn't work because, you know, there's other soft skins or whatever. No, it's them pink skins. Arr. I mean, lore-wise, don't some humans refer to the orcs as greenskins as a derogatory kind of thing? I thought that was it. I regret it. Angelic, hey, what's up? A blue alien species in Star Trek calls humans pink skins. I know I've heard the term before. It just kind of stuck. I feel like the old Babylon 5 episode where the two factions of the same race beat the snot out of each other over a colored sash to become leader. I remember that. Babylon 5 fan, by the way. One of the best that's out there. So good. So damn good. You know, shout out. Any fans? Huh? Any V5 fans? Yeah. In Mass Effect, they call Vasari hot. I still need to play that game. Franchise, even. They should really make another thing similar to Ardent Tournament, Trial of Crusade, to encourage healthy rivalry and faction pride, since there's no war anymore. Like, we've been seeing hints. I'm gonna try not to spoil much, but there seems to be like hints and tensions over like the defense of the Sunwell feeling like too big of an occupation of Silvermoon. So we'll see how that ends up playing out. B5 was great. It was so good. Really good. Oh, you know, I remember Sequest a little bit. They had like a talking dolphin kind of thing, right? Dolphin had a little like voice talky thing, and it was like saying shit. Okay, let's start an internet fight. Which Star Trek was the best? I'm not going to say anything this time. I'm going to wait for you guys to chime in. Which Star Trek era is the best? I'll be right back. Right, let's see. Who are heathens? TNG, no question. DS9, TNG, Next Gen. Couple of Voyagers in there. Lower Decks. Still haven't seen Lower Decks. TNG, Voyager. I really enjoyed Voyager, but it's one I grew up with. DS9, TNG. So it looks like DS9 versus TNG. Now, so keep in mind, this was not an open question. This is a quiz, because there is a right answer, and DS9 is the best one. There's no question. No question. Everyone else is weird. Sorry, guys. No, I'm just messing. But each era had like banger ass episodes, dude. Really, really good shit. I'm not going to be able to pull them out of my brain right now because I'm just talking shit right now. But you can take each entry of the series and pull out like just some really, really good episodes from each one, like fucking art. Yeah. DS9 is the best, and the self-respect of 1 star for the captain if you doubt it. Oh no, that one's called In the Pale Moonlight. That's how you know I'm a fan. I know the damn title of the episode you're talking about just from one line that you said. That's... And I can never take that back. It's out now, buddy. It's out now. I love the last season of Picard. You know, I thought that was good too. It was kind of a fan servicey thing, but I thought it was fun. Yeah. Eliminate the ones with the worst episodes. DS9 had Quark as a woman. I mean, you had people who were, you know, masquerading as entirely different races. Is that not weird enough? Oh, but it's only a gender thing. That's what matters. You know, we keep that in mind when trying to point out like what episodes might have seemed awkward to you. Have I seen the new Lego Enterprise? I have not. Legos are way too expensive. WoW is cheaper. Best episodes of the franchise are all Ferengi episodes. I like the whimsy of some of their episodes. That's for sure. But then technically, Stalwart, like that one fight where Nog loses his leg, that's a Ferengi episode, but not really. So Filming is widely considered to be the best one, but I argue Siege of AI. I don't remember that one too well. Voyager has lizard sex with the captain. I don't remember that too well. There was one episode of Voyager that was really fun. It was one where they visit a planet, and for the duration of the episode, they're stuck in that planet and they can't leave. And they eventually leave. But during that time, for some time dilation science reason, time on the planet goes by way faster. You know, so the people on the planet, they see like the ship in the sky and they're like, oh my God, it's God that's up there. And then they eventually like live their entire civilization, you know, with that thing in the sky. And they eventually like are like, okay, we're going to send probes up there. We're going to shoot it down, blah, 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 blah. But in the meantime, over up in the ship, it's only been like a day or something like that. I thought that was a really fascinating one. That was cool. There's a rumor going around that they're going to bring back Kirk. Are they going to like bring a new actor? Voyager Look When I was a great episode. Yeah, that's one of them. Like, yeah. I'd say like for the one-off episodes. No, I just like all of them. They're, like I said, you can pick some really, really good stuff off of like each era. Without the original, would you really have any of the others? It all started with Kirk and so. No, I'm not trying to throw shade on the original. I'm just talking about what's the favorite one. I'm sorry. I'm talking about what's the best one, which is DS9. But yeah. Strange New Worlds has a Kirk, it'll end with Kirk taking this. Oh, okay. Still love all the old movies like the first generation one. I'm still waiting for that show to finally have bones. Oh, I was thinking of the show called Bones. Which is a fun show. Bear beats Battlestar Galactica. Dude, that show was hella good too, man. Until the last season. Like when it ended, I was like, what the what? I don't get it. I didn't get the ending. I did not understand the ending to Battlestar Galactica. Everything was cool until the show would be better without God, right? Sorry, I don't know if that's I don't think that's a spoiler. Yeah. I mean the remake. Everything was better without God. Time's a flat circle, that's the ending. No, that part I get. But God saved us was just a weird thing. But like the part where they settle in, I love that transition. You know, between like, hey, we're here, we find a home, things don't work out, we eventually leave, shit hits the fan. I loved that dynamic because it was very unclean. You know, it doesn't all just get wrapped up in a nice little bow. You have like the consequences of characters' actions follow you for like seasons to seasons and stuff. Expanse is also really, oh, Expanse is also hella good too. That was one of the last ones that I watched, and I will want to read the books eventually. Eventually. They couldn't figure out. They couldn't figure out a satisfying explanation, so they didn't explain it. I mean, that's the only way to go around it. If it gets weird, you can't, like, just leave it up to the fans. Visa series, that would have been great. I remember that. That was... That had the tentacle ladies, right? It's like, it had, it had the one lady from Firefly, and it had this girl from... I don't know what else I saw her in. I remember she was in Smallville. I think. But yeah, they were like tentacle ladies, right? I thought the BSG last episode really brought it all together. No, it closed the loop. But God just was weird. Black Mirror, haven't seen that series yet. New Stargate wasn't announced. I heard about that, yeah. Books are very different from the show. I'm glad they are. Drummer in the books is barely a thing, but in the show, she's damn right my favorite, and I'm glad they brought her in as a main character. So the books are very different from the show. I mean, what's the name? When is housing going to be available to people who didn't pre-order? So like right now, and Dookie, like once realms are up, you'll be able to like collect housing, but then that's about it. But as for doing housing, it hasn't been confirmed, but I'm gonna say pre-patch. I think lizards, just lizards with tentacles would have had me hooked a bit easier. I don't remember. It's been such a long time since I've seen that show. But I'm just gonna say tentacles. So I had such a crush on Kristen Crook, or however you pronounce her name, when I was younger. No, not that lady. That was Lana Lane in Smallville. No. There was a girl in V who I think she was Supergirl or Kara in Smallville, I think. Kristen Crook was all right. She was too homely. I don't know. When they brought Lois in, though, I was like, oh, this show is saved. Morena Backer? No, I think that was the leader. I think it was the daughter, I think. Yeah. Laura Vander. I think that's the name. Yeah. I want to look this up now. Just in case. Yeah. That lady. Mm-hmm. Cool. Anyway. Well, I'm surprised I remember this much, a little bit of TV trivia. Nice. I watched Smallville, all 220 episodes, 3 times, not counting the original release. No, I watched the shit out of that. I was giggling like a fangirl when seeing Clark and Lois like do their interactions and finally get together and all that stuff. I was like, oh my god! Ah! Yeah, I was squealing. I was one of those dudes. Will they? Won't they? Oh my god! Yeah. So it was so realistic that after showing the Superman got. I was hoping Tom Welling would play a movie version of Soups. You know, when you see that last scene, and you know he's pulling out the thing, or he's ripping the shirt, and you see that it didn't look right, which is kind of fitting. Like him in the suit just seemed like it'd be weird. So do you know if we get some sort of bronze upgrade? I am so far behind. Bronze upgrade? Not that I know. But I'm gonna guess that there's gonna be some fat bronze that we'll get next week. Yeah. I wouldn't worry about it so much. I mean, we still got like more than a month. Yeah, we got more than a month to like farm up bronze and all that stuff. And like, it's not going to take you too long to level. As long as you're on, as long as you can log in for the remix at decent times of the day, you can easily just get into a carry run. It's no problem. I think you told me about that, Goose. I haven't seen it. I thought she was in jail. Was it an interview in jail? Oh, that'd be amazing. It was never the same after Lux left. I still think Rosenbaum was the... Oh yeah, no, for sure. He was the villain. Like, I'd say like things... The show got worse once he left. But the whole Clark and Lois thing, that helped me take it all the way to the end. Because afterwards it started to get kind of Justice League, which is... You know, I think at the same time there's like not enough room because Lex took up so much of the oxygen at the time, that once he left, I forgot why he left, but once he left, then it made room for like all the other stuff to come in, and it was kind of hit or miss, but I still enjoyed it for the most part. She was released early. Okay. She's no longer in jail, but she got out and married some weird criminal dude. I thought she was cool. She was cute. I'm like, oh, she's you know, she'll never get it. She's never gonna get Clark, but hey, she at least got she got to hook up with a billionaire though. So yeah, that's cool. What's up, Phil? Am I ready to do the vendor circuit? I'll go around. I'll be going around. But I'm also going to like check out I'm also going to drop by the dungeons too. The dungeons and raids. That won't take too long. Clark and Lois carried after Lux left. Agree. Big agree. Speaking of Babylon 5, I'd like to remind you that Commander Ivanova and Zoloteth are played by the same actress. Yes! When I found that, I was like, oh, that's dope! That's hella cool. I thought that was neat. There's only like minor inflections that I get when I listen to the voice, but just minor ones. So join a cult and forced branding and sexual slavery is so crazy that she started a career for that. Yeah, kind of lame. Is there really a good add-on to show where you can go to where to get, or only websites? Right now, websites are the best one, Blunderland, but websites are like they're the best way to go because those update all the time. But I'd say the really good add-on is probably going to be all the things. That's my hope, you know. So I know back in Legion I did all the Oral Hall campaigns and did tons of stuff, but since I've deleted those characters and still have the rewards, but in terms of the new housing unlock stuff, I have to redo it all on Remix. That sucks. There's a lot of stuff I haven't even done, period. And Remix would be a way for me to do it, but I don't know if I have the patience for it. I might just use my existing characters to just finish the Oral Hall campaigns and stuff, since I can just one-shot everything. Has been brought up why they always choose Tuesday afternoons for updates. Why not 2 a.m. Monday morning? Is the European and Chinese times is Tuesday 11 a.m. Eastern the least play time. They choose when they come in, so it's their schedule. It's like Mondays. Oh man, you ever come in to the office and you have a case of the Mondays? So Mondays are just like, nah. Tuesday, it's like, okay, cool. It's the start of the week for them. I don't know why. I'm sure they have a reason somewhere, but that's just the reason. I mean, 2 a.m. Monday morning. Would you want to work 2 a.m. Monday morning? Probably not. So, yeah. Anytime I try all the things, I'm overwhelmed. I mean, by default, all the things tracks all the things, but what you want to do is kind of like filter that out and not look at everything at once, because that's a lot. Hi, Nemesis. Good thing about Remix is that you can time skip all the missions. It saves so much. It does save a lot, but at the same time, you'll eventually need to do the recruit follower thing or something like that. But I guess that's it. Yeah, so I guess you're right. I think it would be easier to just do it on remixed characters, which kind of sucks because then I'm gonna end up making a bunch of remixed characters just for that, and it's kind of lame. I don't want to play a game made at 2 a.m. on a Monday. Yeah. Remember to update your add-ons. I'm going to remember to disable all my add-ons. That's a typical thing that I'll do. So I end up doing, I have one of every spec. Of every spec? Ew. I mean, I don't think I have to do every special. Well, okay, I don't remember. I just did the remix druid quest all the way through the mount without doing any dungeons at all. Nice. Only advantage of doing it in retail is the solo dungeons. I won't be able to solo dungeons. I'm just going to be going through and then I'll queue up. How's the add-ons going to go so hard? I mean, the only add-on that I've really seen in game is the one from Pterodox, where he has the banana to show the relative size of certain decor. That's the only one that I've seen other than like collection trackers. Yeah, the two add-ons that I'm using, but then those are just trackers. Homebound is one. It's like all the things, but limited to housing. And, well, it's very limited. And then Decor Tracker, I'm sorry, Decor Vendor. That only tracks vendors, but that might not matter too much because some of those vendors, they might only sell common items and those don't count for you. Am I the only one not all interested in housing? Of course not. It seems like so much work in the game that it's already heavy on chores, but perhaps I just need to give up on alts. I mean, if you call them chores, honestly, that's kind of a personal thing that you decided for yourself. I went through the housing hub and hearted up just the early access items that I'd like, making it a little over 1,000 items less to look through, maybe made it a little less overwhelming. There's a filter that's already in place. Here, let me show you guys, just in case. So if you're here in the hub and you go to decor, over here on the left-hand side, there's this early access thing, and so that'll filter out like half the stuff that's here. So that's probably like the first thing that you want to hit, and then start filtering, based on more stuff, and that'll help you out a lot. Legion Remix, eventually have to do Suramar. I've done so much Suramar and sick of the zone trying to get the damn Fox mount for 12 years. Damn. Looks like they put in the waypoint feature too. It would be really nice if the core vendor tracked the things that I have first-time collections on. That would be hugely useful, but it does not. It just tracks the location of the vendors, and like that's it. Do we get the new Blizzard nameplates today? No. Our profession decor items learned from trainers or recipe drops? Trainers. My house is going to be simple as fuck for a long while. Maybe next year's head and some bookcases or something from Karazhan. Those are my favorite memories. I mean, when you get started, just start with, don't even go out. Like, just go with what you have and see what kinds of things that you already have included. You know, as a, you know, maybe veteran player. You might have things that you like that could inspire more ideas, or it might not, and you might be happy with what you get, and that's it. Is the new patch live or no? Not yet. I'm just on the beta right now. It's not a stupid question. You're fine. Do you have any recommended housing add-ons? This is the most powerful tool you can use. It's not even an add-on. But go into the WoW housing database site. That'll answer all of your questions. It's not as convenient as an in-game add-on, but I'd say it's the most robust tool in the mix. The only two add-ons that I otherwise recommend: Homebound, 2 words, Homebound. That's one for tracking previous achievements and quests that unlock decor. And then there's Decor Vendor, which points you in the direction of where all the different housing vendors are, although there's no tracking in that one. So, but that's it. Site links to your Battle.net account if you want, right? Yep. So if you wanted to otherwise check other things that are based on achievements or collections or whatnot, then you can hit a thing to sync your collection. Actually, this one's different. This one's very advanced. Okay, not very advanced, but this is a tool that can potentially track things that you have already purchased, but you have to like do some manual shit for it. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna grab lunch. But in the meantime, I'm gonna pull up that demo build that Blizzard did. Okay. So where's the build? Here's the build. What did I get today? Oh, I just have some. I had this the other time. It was like this butter chicken little dish thing. So I have some pre-made food for me. I'll usually do that on long days like these. Does it come with naan? No, it doesn't come with naan. Just that and rice. That's it. It's simple. But anyway, I'm gonna have this thing running. And it's very good. It's very cool. This one's done by Jay. He's by Jay Huang. He was the one who put together like the different housing demos that are available. And this is clearly using a dev client, because you'll see some different error messages and stuff like that. But anyway, this thing's long, 20-something minutes. I'll be back before it's over though. And yeah. There we go. All right. See, I'm jealous. This is how the pros do it. This is what happens when you get enough playtime in. That you can act like, oh yeah, I can do this really quick. Sheesh. Yeah, Blue Cat's correct. This is Jay Huang that's doing this build. When they did the article that posted this video, and then I did a quick retweet and all that, I was like, yeah, there's this really amazing thing. It was probably Jay that did it, and and then the housing lead and one of the PR guys, they were quick to be like, oh yeah, that was definitely him. Yeah, that's what I thought. This is hell good. I wonder if he just... Part of me wonders, like, okay, did he like improvise this like all on the fly, or did he have like an idea of what he wanted to do, or in fact did he like already make one and now he's just doing it again? You know, just as like, okay, here's my rehearsal run, and I'll do this for like an hour or so, and then here's me doing this again. So could be that. Long time looker, first time speaker. Am I going to be doing house tours today? I don't have any intention to. No, that's not part of the plan. I'm actually working on. It's not quite finalized, but I'm working on like a sign up form because I want to make like kind of a process, to like, okay, cool, you can sign up and we will, we'll do like a handshake, make sure that we can see each other on BattleNet or whatever. And then I'll do a visit. I'll do like a self-directed tour like I usually do. And then it may get posted onto a video, or I might just stay on stream or whatever. But yeah, I wanted to, I'm setting something like that up right now. Why are people interested in housing? All these items are going to cost gold. I just don't get it. A lot of folks enjoy, in a lot of these kinds of games, people enjoy being able to show off like nice things. Cosmetics are a huge part of many online games. It's not just limited to WoW. We see it in things like hell, places like Call of Duty, Battlefield, and all that. Like, you'll see people who will throw down to have skins for their characters, or to have like a different uniform thing, or to have a different colored gun or something like that. This is just one of those things that are being added. Something that was brought up in one of the recent interviews is they want to make sure that there's something, what we're seeing here, majority of things are things that we collect, we find ourselves, or we buy it, or whatever. Hey, look, that's a nice rendition of a toilet. There are green shit. Oh, it's all funny. That's pretty good. Total brain fart. That's what I get for just having lunch. We're able to collect all this new stuff, but there isn't enough of things that we like have. So by that, they're just talking about, hey, weapon racks, armor racks. They want to do, they're working on getting that done. It's not going to be out for early access, but I know for me, that's hugely important. I really, really want something like that. Can't wait to decorate for Christmas. No, that'll be fun. That'll be a lot of fun. Dude, I love how filled out this space is, dude. Holy shit. And that's all, those are like Belemeth things too. Belemeth platforms that are being used on that. Is this his entertainment deck? Kind of, sort of. You can say it's kind of like a TV. Oh, automatic kick up the feats. Nice. Are we gonna have a housing add-on section and we have a garrison add-on section? Could be, yeah. I think one of the first, maybe I should be surprised or not, but I don't know if there's an add-on that lets you change the gimbal. I still find that odd that it's colored the way it is. So if I understand correctly, I have two houses, one for my alliance and one for my horde characters. Are they on the same plots?
We're fastly approaching the furious.
Oh, it did finish? It did finish. Oh, that's something else. Oh, it did finish. Oh, okay, I'll just let the B-roll play while we talk. Are they on the same plot, or will they be in completely different neighborhoods? They'll be in different neighborhoods. Yeah. I'm going to do some forced perspective views and make a high-rise style build. You can do that. Yeah, you can have, like... I forgot if there are a maximum number of floors, but you can immediately have, like, you walk in, and then you're in a stairwell room, and you just keep going up. Higher and higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. Until whatever. Yeah. Hope they open soon. I want to get my plot before it's taken. If you're not doing a private neighborhood, Veronica, you will get the plot you want easily. Here, let me show you. So let's pretend. All right, you go to the house finder, and you want what's a good example? You want number 27. All right, which is shit. I want to make a good example of this. I don't know if I'll be able to. well, let's say you want a plot that's like here. All you have to do really is just keep searching through the neighborhoods until you find a neighborhood that has the plot you want. And as far as I know, you will always be able to find the... So like, let's say 37. It's like, okay, you want that plot, but like this one doesn't happen to have it. That one happens to have it. That one does not. That one does not. This one does. So you can just choose. You'll always get the plot you want. Unless you're in a private neighborhood. Or at least at the moment, guild neighborhood. Then that's a conversation you should have with your guild mates, with whoever's leading the guild, or whatever. But you will always get your plot. I also think they have another neighborhoods in the beta because I was trying to get a plot and I couldn't. I think if you just keep hitting the refresh button, you'll eventually find something. And if you don't, then I would consider that to be like an issue, and hopefully more realms will get spun up as you find them. But I have a feeling that it's a concern that I brought up, where the number of neighborhoods, we ask ourselves, how many neighborhoods will there be in WoW? There's going to be as many neighborhoods as there are the most popular plot, right? So let's pretend 37 is the most popular plot, hands down. That's how many neighborhoods there are going to be. So I imagine there's going to be challenges with people trying to find like that number 37. Again, assuming people want that one. But you should be able to get it. On the PTR, there's only 2 people in my neighborhood for like 2 or 3 weeks. Yeah, but that's also the PTR, so. I looked for a good 30 minutes and didn't find the plot I wanted on beta. So it was like a certain number you were looking for. I'd say just keep hitting refresh. And then if you still can't find it, then, then definitely complain and be like, yo, Blizz, something not as advertised. Stuff like that. So like this, for example, now again, this is just beta. So we have only a handful that are free here. Let me make this bigger. We only have a handful that are free here. There's more. Here's this one is like pretty much empty. And then we keep going down the list. Some places are emptier than others. Yeah, so I wonder how that's going to work out in practice. Like, you're going to have people fighting for, like, that one plot. Mind Joker was super cool, and we all got our first choice. No one was really... Yeah, that seemed to, at least according to what I saw on my guild Discord, everyone seems to have everything they want. So, and then I'll just be keeping an eye out, and if there are conflicts, then I'll be like, sorry, dude, you're going to have to move, because that person claimed it, and we have a list, and it's been up for a while, and yeah. We have a site that shows what are the most and least popular plots. What's the meta plot? There is no meta plot. I mean, there are going to be spots that are more popular than others, and I think someone made like a kind of a heat map of which ones happen, you know, based on one of those sites, which one are the most requested out of all of them, which gives kind of a sample as to what people might be interested in. Ultimately, though, it's going to be whatever you want, dude. There will be a metafly. Sure. Do you know if we can save templates for rooms? Like if we decorate elaborately for a holiday, can we save that? No. There is no template at the moment. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I didn't bother doing like a flyover and be like, all right, guys, let me show you everything. Let me show you all these plots. And it would have been a bad... I think, honestly, I think all those videos are just bad. They're not very good because it's not like a free roam. Like the best thing that Blizzard woulda, coulda, shoulda done, kind of like how they did the housing virtual tour for like the interior. They should have made one for the outside too. That would have been really helpful for folks because then people can just kind of like, you know, fly in to into this look like simulated space and then be able to see the plot that they might be interested in. Because otherwise, using someone else's camera to look around or using just screenshots, it's just not enough. It's just not enough. What's the worst plot? Good question. Good question. I really wanted one that was like kind of like cavey, kind of underground for the Horde side. Like we saw some of the concept shots from way earlier in the year, and so that was sort of the expectation. Like, oh, that would have been cool. For guild neighborhoods, do these have to be officially opened with a button by the guildmaster, or are they open the minute the servers come up? Guildmaster has to make the guild neighborhood first. So once you go in, so as an example, when I go in as the GM, I'm gonna go into the neighborhood. I don't care what neighborhood I get into, but I'm going to talk to the steward person in the square and say, hey, I want to make a guild neighborhood. And they're like, okay, what do you want to name it? The Yard. And so I'll then make the neighborhood the Yard, and then that's it. And then from there, I use the house finder to go into my own neighborhood, and then I'll find the plot that I want and go there. So that's how we'll do it. But it just says 3 members. Do we get to make one? If it literally only has 3 unique members, then you won't be able to. It looks like you need to have 10 unique people in your guild. But as for them being in active status, I'm not sure about that. It's a little bit murky on how that works. No, we get to name it. Can it be changed, or is it stuck once created? I think we can rename it. I believe there's a functionality for it, but I don't know off the top of my head. Actually, let's just... I'm in the beta, doofus. Let's go freaking look. All right. They have to be active for 30 days. Yeah, I don't recall too well. Still on? There you go. So... let's see. No, not that. Report. I don't know. Yeah, if there is, I don't know how to do it. Boo. Plot 46 is the meta for Horde. Which one's 46? There's a small gear icon. Oh, that lets you report stuff. That's what it usually is. Yeah. Anyway. 46. I wish these just showed numbers. Because there's no way I'll be able to see this. 46. 46 might be taken already. Then I gotta look around. 40 something, 40 something. Okay, where's the one that's like super filled out still? Maybe 46 is taken everywhere. Someone just tell me where it is. Top right. So 45, 47. Nope. 15. Very top right. So not those guys. Not those guys. We're going there. Screw it. To the left of 15. Nope. I don't see anything to the left of 15. Northwest of 15. Oh, that one. Oh, this one. This one that fell out. This is the most populated one? You have like no firing arc at all. You're like hitting trees or something. Well, as far as I know, Fell's going to be taking. He's going to be taking 46, or whatever this one is. This is the meta. Hardly the meta. You have the entire backside. You can't fire in that direction at all. That's weak. I'll show you the real shit. It's in a totally defensible. I don't need defensible. I need a good firing arc. That's why 27 is the king shit. All right. I can fire in almost any direction. I got good elevation. I got choke points. And I have places with which to spit on my enemies. No, actually, it's so high of an elevation, it's gonna just fly back into my face. That'll be humiliating. And it has a throne. Hey, check it. So. $52 is a sleeper winner. For learning recipes for Crowded Record, you have to go to the relevant profession trainers in all expansions. Yes. Yes, you do. I mean, they're just there, though. You know, you just go to the trainer and you're good to go. There is a level of requirement, as in, you know, hey, you need your skill level to be, like, kind of up there. But that's it. Can you show me alliance plots? Sure, I can show you alliance plots. Why not? I mean, are there certain ones you wanted to look at? Oh, wrong spot. Or mind showing the I don't know what that is. I think someone had made that. That is not me. All right, here we are in the inferior neighborhood. So someone said 30 a number of times. So where's 30? 30, 30, 30. That would be a useful add-on to replace these with numbers. Instead of just icons. Add-on people. Come on now. Oh, there we go. There's 30. Let's go and see what's there. Are there any plots with trees left of them? I mean, you could rotate your house and then it's to the left. How does it work if your house is in a guild neighborhood, but you log onto a character that is not in guild? It's still your house. You're fine. Yeah. So, like, I made a, my guild neighborhood is my guild neighborhood, but I only have one person on the beta who's actually in the guild. Maybe two. But everyone else can go in just fine. I can't talk to anyone in guild because I'm not in the guild, but I can still interact with the house just fine. Is there anyone in the Horde biome that's more elf-like? I see kind of undead area, orc, a bit Tauren. I would say the ones that are like kind of like Ashara, because hey, Ashara was the capital of the Night Elves. Hey, that would be it. That'd be the best. That'd be the best spot. Actually, to be honest, I would say all of them are elf-like because elves own the world. Come on now, we know the truth. We run the world. Elves, man. I mean, yeah, you might not like hearing it, but sometimes truth is the best medicine. Okay, so here's number 30. And it's on kind of a main road. Oh, actually it's a little bit off the main road. So like on the approach, like here I am. And then they're just like, so that's a good shot. That's a good spot right there. But you have this public space here that you don't own, and people are gonna get in your shit. So like, let's pretend number 30 here is like, this is my spot, this is cool. No one else gets to be here. No one else can be on that plot. But then you can have any number of people who are like chilling here be like, yeah, look, we're not on your plot. But they are. Still cool though. And we have a little basement thing. Oh, adorable. Oh, look at this low poly hay. Yeah. No palm trees on Lance Island. Yeah. There's no tropical stuff here. Are going to be more locations open when the expansion launches? It doesn't sound like that's planned. Doesn't sound like it's planned. I think the purpose right now is, hey, let's make it stable. Wait, hold on. I gotta hop on. Taxi! I gotta make it. Yes. Haha. Awesome. All right, B-roll. I can see all the plots taken before I even explore. Yeah, just keep cycling through until you find a neighborhood you want. Dude, that guy just ran into it. Hey, you pulled out an umbrella. What a smart guy. they're dumb because, yeah, there's no umbrella for you. Genius. Anyway. Can you make moon cloth in the moon wells? Never tried it, but I'm pretty sure no. How do you visit your other factions area house? Sorry if it's no, it's all good. Like I've been saying to folks, like, hey, you got questions? I'm happy to answer them. I know I'm repeating myself a bunch of times, but hey, we're all here to help each other out, and this is the best way to do it. So from the housing dashboard, you can see like all the different things. This pull down right here is what lets you select one neighborhood or the other. So you're always going to see, at least for now, normal players, they're going to only see 2. Large guilds that have a lot of people, they're going to see like multiple layers for each instance of their neighborhood. So that way people can find each other. But otherwise, most people are just going to see like 1 or 2. But anyway, as for how to get there, you just select the one you want to go to, and then you hit the button. It also serves as a go back button, so kind of like the Noswin's voucher in the Legion remix. You use it once, takes you there. You use it again, you go back to where you last to your last location. Within a certain distance. So kind of like the Death Knight button, the Monk button, where you can teleport and then back again. Yeah, it's pretty simple. Now keep in mind, there's a 15-minute cooldown when using this functionality. So you can see like this one, you can see it's on a cooldown for another 8 minutes or so, but it's only a 15-minute cooldown. And my recommendation to most folks is to have, let's say let's say it's a build day. You're going to be focusing on building for a couple hours or so. Your best bet is to have a character that just lives at the house, who does all the decorating, the remodeling, and all that stuff. But if you have to go out, venture out and do stuff outside of the neighborhood especially, then you probably want to just stick to your mains and whoever has the currencies and whatnot, so that way they can do the purchasing. They learn the decor and all that stuff. Then you just switch back to your character and then start doing stuff with it. Because you might run into a situation where you're like, okay, let me get like 7 of these. Boom, 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 got 7. Cool. I learned them, and then I'll switch back to my character. You start doing stuff. Oh, I need like 3 more. So you just switch back to your other character again, and then do your stuff, just to make sure that you can save a return trip, because otherwise that's just annoying, right? I wonder if they're going to keep it as is and no one will be able to talk to each other. We can talk to each other. I mean, you have your neighborhood. You can talk to them. There's going to be a neighborhood chat. If it's your guild, you can still talk in guild. If you're talking about trade chat, people don't really talk to each other in trade chat either. They just look for groups and look for carries and shit like that. But no, personally, I think the functionality is fine. I prefer it to be... I think it's better off being separated. Because then otherwise, it'll be one of those reasons to not go back to town. And there are folks who assert that, they don't want cities feeling more empty. It's like, yo, we want you to AFK in the city, not AFK at your house. So, sure, why not? Does the guild neighborhood need to be established? Yes. A neighborhood manager, or basically the guild leader, will need to put it together, and then everyone can pile on it. There's misinformation spread about the housing tutorial with people saying contrary things that spread anxiety. Like what? Or am I saying something? Because I can probably speak to most of it. Is the home going to be free at first, or is it going to cost gold? It's free. So as soon as you hit the housing tutorial thing and you're prompted to choose your first house, it will cost you 0 gold. Now that's for your very first house. It's not, hey, my first house for Horde or my first house for Alliance. It's just going to be the first one. Can a guild have both neighborhoods? No, they just have one. Do you need active people in the guild to start a guild neighborhood? Basically, yes. Basically, yes. Decor items in the auction house, discuss. There are decor items in the auction house if people want to put them on the auction house. I think that's the long and short of it, right? So I'm going to be able to just get the house without transferring gold from an alt. Correct. Once you pick your plot, how do you switch layers to be next to your friends? Your friends need to find you. So let's pretend, Floor, you're the first person on because you have just got lucky, okay? You got in, and then you happen to find a neighborhood, okay? And then you plop down. Cool. What you probably want to do, though, is ask your friend which spot they want. You know, if you know the plot number they like, and if you guys had already discussed that, then you want to just keep looking for a neighborhood where you both have a plot available. Because when you visit the house, you reserve it for a few minutes, and then you can take that time to be like, all right, cool. Did we both get it? Yeah, we both got it. Okay, cool. Let's claim this house. Boom, you're good to go. If you claim it first, you know, there's no guarantee that the plot next to you or whatever, you know, the plot that your friend wants, there's no guarantee that they'll be able to get the one that they want. So I think your best bet would be to both be online together if possible, so that way you can coordinate that. We have way more people in guild than 50 plots. So what's going to happen with that is that as the neighborhood fills up, and you got to wait for it to fill up, so there might be a little bit of awkwardness there. As it fills up with people, once the guild neighborhood fills up to a certain threshold, like let's pretend 45 out of 55 plots, then it's going to spin up another one. And then people can use the pull down to go to like another neighborhood layer, and then again do that search. Same thing with House Finder. So tutorial quests were bugged to high out. Yeah, I totally skipped the talking about the tutorial quest. I just said, oh, it's gonna happen, you'll get through it. Guild neighborhood shard, just like any other neighborhood, there's always room for more than 50. A new shard spawns anytime you get to 80%. It's not exactly a shard. It's more like a layer. Shards are automatic. Layers you need to manually switch over to. Are all plots always available, or can they run out if the same plot gets picked on all shards? In a public neighborhood, you'll want to just keep hitting that refresh button. So if you happen to want the most popular plot in the game, I don't know which one that is, then you're going to have a harder time picking that one, because at least the hypothesis is that there are going to be as many neighborhoods as there are the most popular plots in the neighborhood, if that makes sense. What's with the wagon? I don't know, it's just something you ride on, and so I'm just riding in the wagon. If you're in a public neighborhood, if you're in a public neighborhood, will that one you're in have its own chat channel? Yes, and then it'll be specific to that neighborhood. How do you actually shard hop? So I'm not in a big guild right now, but basically you would use the pull down, and then you would choose. So like here I'm in two neighborhoods, Golden Gloom County and the Yard, which is my neighborhood. Now, if my guild was like super filled out, then I would see like different layers of the Yard, and then I would just choose the one that to go to. If your house soon needs a genre of music that it fits, what would it be? 90s R&B. Yep. Not really, but that's just what first came to mind, so I'm gonna stick with that. Someone wanted to look at a certain plot. 41. Where's 41? You'll have to tell me where that is, because I don't know where the hell that is. Yes, best genre. When the art endeavor was happening, there's a starving artist that voting cart with me. I mean, you might have seen, because I happened to have like all nameplates on for some reason. There was a there was a night elf person who looked hurt and they didn't have full HP. That's one of those people that need help. Top right. So you said 41. I don't see a 41. Or are you talking about the horde neighborhood? Because I'm in. Oh, okay. Do you mean the top right or the bottom right? Can't wait to see in trade chat and group finder willing to. Yeah. You know, it'd be funny if people fell for it. Hey, that's the hustle, man. And if someone manages to do that, hey, props to them. Yeah, no, we gotta help instigate that. What? Only 5 million? Oh man, hell yeah. I'm totally going for it. Yeah, I should do that. It'll be interesting to see just how much stuff is immediately available as a long-time player. I can give you an idea. I did buy some stuff, but I didn't buy too much stuff. So here's 41. 41 is just to the left of the, not the main road, but kind of the off-road. But it also features, I believe, like some lower areas too. I've visited this spot a few times. So, you have the plot there. But then you can climb down. You can go around here, and then you climb down to a kind of like a dock area, I believe. Yeah, so you have like this spot too. Not that you own it or anything. What's kind of convenient is that you have all these other NPCs who are selling the horde-based decor. So you might find... You might find that, while you're out here, you might see a lot of like flying traffic, just kind of like people zooming in over and passing by your place, which may or may not be annoying. Oh, cool. They made a cute little porch. Nice and simple. Cool. So I heard the housing features have bugs of non-intended use, and the devs say to keep the bugs have spawned innovation and imagination for creativity. There were a couple of examples where they talked about the whole thing with chairs. Like people used small chairs and they were to eventually sink into. So the bug was, if you have a chair like this right here, and then you make it super small, when you sit on it. When you sit on a super small chair, you end up hovering like far above it, which is awkward, right? And at first it was a bug that they wanted to fix. But then people were using that. People in test, they were using it as, yo, I want to take this and I'm going to sink it into objects. That way I can use it to sit on objects that I otherwise can't sit on. So players were able to figure out something, they were able to figure out a use for it, and some devs were like, oh, maybe we won't do something like, maybe we won't fix this. Maybe we'll leave that as is. Which is kind of cool. Now the other thing too is, they talked about the possibility of maybe someday creating light sources out of nowhere. So like, let's pretend if you wanted to put a light source here, you could just lay it down and then boom, there's a light source. It's actually invisible. You just see the light, but when you go into like the edit mode, then you actually see the object and then you can like manipulate it, change it, and do whatever. That's something that is at least, they've discussed, or they brought it up as like, hey, this would be a cool idea. But I'm not saying that it's going to happen at all, but that's one of the things that was talked about in a recent interview. What happens if your house gets G-kicked? I'm not sure how all the details go, but your house is going to be packed up. You choose another plot, and then when you choose a plot, everything just gets plopped right down. So you don't lose your build or anything like that. It's not destroyed. It's just not there at that plot anymore. And then you just go to whatever plot you like instead. Blizzard can fix it and provide us with a specialized object for sitting that is purely fun. Yeah, they can do that too. So they can do, so if they wanted to, they can do both. They can, you know, instead of having this chair that we utilize, we can have this kind of this object that is used as a sitting platform or whatever. And meanwhile, they can go back and fix the chairs. So they can do that too. You know? Functional objects would be such a nice touch, like water splashing sprites you can put anywhere. Awake since 2 a.m.? Holy cow. Get some rest, dude. How am I doing today? Good. I'm gonna go door to door if they'd like to discuss our Lord and Savior Metzi. Neighborhoods have better public transportation. They have okay transportation. But just like most of WoW, it's meant to be enjoyed from the ground too. Like I do advise, if you're not in a rush, just take a walk. Take a walk, see what's around. You might have a good time. First priority is to craft all of the core before buying anything. Good luck. Good luck. For me, crafting stuff is dead last. Except for things that I definitely want to make. Or definitely want to use. That's the exception. I'm definitely not going to do it for experience. No way. That's going to be like low priority. Take a 40-minute rep walk across town. I'll leave the Duskwood area first. Then we'll take a walk. Most of the things I want are an alchemy and inscription. No engineering stuff, but they got cool doohickeys. How does lumber work? I didn't have a chance to test it. You just you go into your square. The square area will have an NPC that just has a quest. Do the quest, you get an axe that lets you activate tracking lumber, and that's it. Then now until the end of time, you can find lumber around just about every zone except here. You don't see it in the neighborhood, and then you just farm lumber. So depending on the lumber that you want, you will venture into each expansion and find lumber there. Jalen did talk about having like rain, so that would be cool. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much everything requires lumber. Even like, hey, I wanna set down like food and a feast or something like that. No, that's gonna cost lumber too. Can't go to the auction house to buy lumber? No. You can buy complete crafted pieces, or you can buy crafted decor, yes. But if you want lumber, you are going to get it yourself. The only other way, I haven't tested this yet, but the only other way to generate lumber is if you are a crafter and you're fulfilling crafting orders where other people provide the lumber and you get a resourcefulness proc. That's the only other way that I can think of to generate lumber. How about a doorbell object that rings inside the house if someone's home, and if not, just tells the visitor no one answers the door? That'd be kind of funny. You need to be a certain level to gather lumber? No. And you get XP from gathering lumber? Don't believe so. Pretty sure no. When's downtime supposed to end? Along with the universe. Hour and a half, maybe. I want a visitor book that can be signed with comments. Ooh, would I want that? Would I want visitors? Would I want to curate my visitor book to check for derogatory statements and trolling and all that? Do we get to use the garrison jukebox inside the home? I don't believe so. Can rogues burgle other people's houses? That would be hilarious. If houses could be burglarized, they could be defended too. Like you step inside, it's like, wait, why is everything glowing? Oh my god, everything's under a constant consecration. Oh shit. Make your house like a pyramid with traps and fakes. Also hilarious. Oh yeah. They can give preset statements like those ghost things and delves to leave messages for the homeowners. Or you can do it like a delve. Right? Do it like a delve where you can leave like little crystals that like say stuff when you click on them. Like you go into the house and you see this thing on the side, you click it and it says, "You are not prepared." Like, okay. Wow, what a weirdo. Before you walk on in. I don't know if I have to thank people in a little bit. Rudanel, thank you very much. Thanks to Draxfer. Thanks to No Mercy. Thanks to Icon and Old TB. Thanks to Vese and to MF Werewolf. And to Soup Sandwich and Pugs Rock. And I think that about covers everyone. So how do you make a guild neighborhood? Is it like when you make a guild you need 10 people to sign, or no? You just need to have the guild. And this I'm not 100% certain on. It might do a check on active accounts, but it might not. I'm really not sure about that. That's something we couldn't. Yeah, we'd need a statement on that. I don't know if we can test that. But it's early access. Who knows? It might just work. So. Thanks to Rare Hearts. Thanks for the prime, dude. And we're just walking right now. We're walking, we're chilling, running the clock, waiting for Rome to come up. Come on, baby. Today's the day. What's up, dude? They can do so many holiday things with houses. Maybe, I think it's just not, I think it just wasn't ready yet. You know, they could have done holiday themed stuff, but I think they just wanted to get like a lot of general stuff out. I mean, there's so many things that are missing. So there are a whole ass expansions that are missing of like significant decor. Would be nice if you can mount an ice cream truck. Oh, that'd be so good. Will we be able to create charter neighborhoods today? And do we have to buy our house before we start a charter neighborhood? Charter neighborhoods will not work at launch. They unfortunately they made a statement yesterday, so pretty last minute, that private charter neighborhoods won't be a thing. Guilds will. I think they just want to ensure like as smooth of a launch as possible, so that's not going to work at first. They did not announce when they'll get that to be functional. Kill me at any moment now. I'm going to lose power to my place for scheduled maintenance. Might be down anytime between now and 6 hours away. Might be 5 minutes or the entire time. Dude, go to a coffee shop right now. Take a laptop. Buy a laptop. And no, don't do that. You'll be fine. You'll be fine, dude. It's not like it's not like you're gonna come it's not like you're gonna come back, you know, this many hours later, and then everyone's done and no one gives a shit anymore. Oh yeah, moved on. Where's the con? Yeah, it's not gonna be like that. It's your stuff. Arunel, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Huge, dude. Huge. Thank you so much. Now for the laptop which doesn't run WoW? What? I thought WoW runs off of iOS. So if we buy a house in a regular neighborhood, how difficult will it be to move the house to a charter neighborhood when it becomes available? From what we've seen so far, No Mercy, 1,000 gold to move your house into a different neighborhood. That's it. I don't know if it's a placeholder cost, but that's what we've been seeing, so I'm just gonna go with that. You know, Blizzard, they'll make a ship that doesn't show and everyone will be waiting until you know. That's right, guys. You got to take that boat into your house. I can promise you the servers aren't coming up anytime soon. We'll see. You know, that's all we got. I mean, I'm also counting on, yeah. But hey, why not be hopeful, right? '18 is amazing with an ocean view. At least I can watch you having fun on there on my phone. I'm just walking. I'm just chilling, vibing, dude. Happy to talk with y'all. Anytime. I'm also in the top 10% of your viewers. I figured I owed you a few bucks after all that. Oh, you know, folks don't owe me anything. It's always good to like have company. Go to plot 18 if I can. Where is plot 18? Why am I even trying to find it myself? Yeah, you can just tell me where it is. Bottom right, next door to where I was earlier. Bottom right. Next door to where I was earlier? So, I was here earlier. I've been going down this road. Yeah. So, oh, extreme lower right. Oh, that one. Oh, that was like minutes ago, man. Would a search box kill you? Search box for what? Oh, you're talking about just trying to join other people's neighborhoods outright? Or you know, move to or find other people's neighborhoods? I think part of it's a privacy thing. I know what you mean though. I would love to have. I would love to be able to just search for stuff. I hope that becomes something for launch, because that's definitely going to feel important to have. Because if I want to go to someone's neighborhood because they have an endeavor that's complete and I want to buy stuff, I don't want to feel like I have to join their party, become battle tag friends, or be in their guild just to go into their neighborhood. To me, that's kind of jank. But that's also not a situation that we're going to run into quite yet. I know that for the sake of being able to visit other people, and I'd like to be able to go. So here's 18. This is also like a little bit off the road. Has little animals. Cool. Got a tower over there for people to creep and look at you. Ooh, and you got a giant tree here. That's cool. Oh, and it's right next to the graveyard. That's very wholesome. Do you think they'll push back the time? I mean, if they do, they do. Yeah. You can rotate the house. Yes, you can rotate the house. If you hit house level 5, wouldn't it be the case that any XP you get from decor after that would essentially be lost? No. The guesstimation, I don't know if it was officially said actually, but the expectation is that, you know, this number, it would just exceed the denomination, and that's it. You would just sit on those levels until the levels are unlocked, and then you just get whatever. Now, there's only so many we'll be able to get, too. Because there's only so much decor that we can get from XP right now during early access. Like, even if we got every single thing, there's an upper limit. You know what? There's like, you know what I mean? There's a cap. Someone's going to meet it because, you know, That's WoW for you. Someone's gonna meet that maximum cap or whatever. But we won't be able to get any further than that. So again, the expectation is that once those new levels come out, people will just get those extra levels, however many there are, and then the rest is going to come from new stuff from Midnight, and then of course Endeavors. Because once Endeavors come into play, the whole sense of how much XP can you grind, it becomes much more open-ended. Because you can, at least as far as it looks on the beta, you can continuously farm for XP forever. So if people want to grind their way to whatever the maximum level is right away, cool, whatever. Early, hey, awesome. If it comes up on time, hey, awesome. If it takes longer, but at least it's stable, hey, it's all good, man. But I'm here with y'all. We can chill. We'll see how it goes. Might have a good time. All right. Well, I guess I reset my walk. Let's go. Now, what are you guys going to do when you first get in, though? Are you going to do housing stuff? Are you going to start building? Are you going to focus on collecting? I think outside of the guild neighborhood, I think I'm going to mostly collect stuff. It's really going to depend on, like, what's stable. By the way, thank you, JCV, for the Prime. Get a plot and go collect. I think a lot of people are going to do that. We're going to see, like, this huge... It'll be kind of crazy to see. Just people zipping around. We're going to go to some obscure instance where there happens to be the core, and there's going to be a shitload of people, like, chilling there, too. You can have multi-boxers going in so they can multiply the amount of decor they pick up, which will be hilarious. Can't do any housing sadly, so only collecting until my collector's edition gets a cent. That's fine. That's cool. Really too bad that they're not going to send out codes early like they did for War Within. That was like super, super helpful. And look at that! We got friends joining us. What's up to Talius and Inevital and friends? Hey, it's Soul, we're on a walk, and we're waiting. In an hour and... I'd say in an hour and 10 minutes, we're going to find out if realms are going to be up or if we're going to meet with crushing disappointment, as we're still waiting for realms to come up. In the meantime, I'm doing my best to answer everyone's questions about housing and how it works, and repeating the same things over and over again, but I'm totally cool with it, because we're just here to help each other out. And if that helps, then that helps. But yeah, thanks again to Talius and Nevital for sending folks over. Always, always, always appreciated. I'm hoping to get drinks sometime, because yeah, I think we just need another chill night. That'll be fun. Hey, so with content, I have a question about professions. I'm currently urban and mining because I like the simplicity of it, but I just don't find myself going out of the way to gather much. I'm thinking of going skinning and leatherworking for Midnight. Would that be good to get some gold here and there without camping trade chats? Maybe. It's always maybe. And this week I'm going to try to put together a good long talk about professions in general. And I mostly want to talk about how dirt easy it's going to be, to the point where the market's going to be saturated and it'll be ruined. Which is a weird thing to say. But particular to your question, is skinning and leatherworking good? I think it would be good. I think the one focus, this is just an idea, this is not real economic advice, right? One good idea maybe would be to farm up whatever you can, as a skinner, and then just keep pumping out leatherworking kits or armor kits. But I'll see how things go now. All I did, Claudia, I spent 100 grand and then I sold enough to make 100 grand back. So now everything is just gonna be like, okay, whatever I make is whatever I make. Husband convinced me to get rid of all my old mats, and now I'm a little salty about it. Tell him that you owe him some WoW tokens. I've been stockpiling some older mats here and there, and intention of making some gold without housing drop. I can always farm more for myself. Yeah, that's going to be the big thing, Tolkar. The big thing that I'm going to like try to lecture people on. How, like, do you want to focus on the auction house or not? And that's going to inform people how they should approach professions these days. How do we get the logging axe? When you're in the neighborhood, you'll just in the main square area, you'll see someone there's a quest, and they just give you an axe, and that's it. Do everything. You just give them all the herbs, and then they'll process everything. That's it. So I don't quite buy into the same idea of the demand. Is it live or still beta? I'm on beta. Do you like the Alliance or Horde neighborhood more? Mirrorflower, it's not a question. It's not really a question of whether I like the Alliance or Horde one more. It's more like the Horde are superior people. You know? As in, they're more honorable and righteous and attractive, and they smell better. And the Alliance are just whatever. So that kind of informs. You know what? I'm going to stand by it. Rah! Faction conflict! Teldrassil! Oh man. And their libido much higher. Oh man. Oh boy. The builder should still be able to access the warband. Yes. Building materials are not faction specific. So Warbound is Warbound. So. A WoW account has an expense account. I allow $500 in real cash, so I will go make people in the auction house rich if it saves me. Oh, so you earmark. So you are a proud gold buyer with a token person, whatever. I ain't gonna judge. 500's a lot though, man. That's fucking. It's a lot of dough. I mean, if it's in BattleNet balance though, then you know, I guess there goes that. As an experiment this year, I've tracked every commission I made from work orders, and I'm up to 3.2 million for the year because I'm too lazy to try and play the auction now, so it's working for me, but you need to try and build a client base or to sit and trade and snipe orders. That one's tough, because especially with help of, what's it called? Not Craft Sim. You know what the thing's called, right? Got the name. There's a thing that lets you respond to calls for work orders, like a craft scan. There you go. Thanks. There's a way to easily track that sort of stuff, and so it becomes a race to who hits that button first. And sometimes it doesn't fire off for me every time. I'm not certain like what it is that's where it screws up. Oh, by the way, here I'll walk towards the lumber person. There it is. See that quest over there? There's a lady. Lestia Goldie ... She is the person that will you just talk to him, you get an axe, and you're good to go. I'm neutral when it comes to Alliance versus the Horde. I'm for the elves. True. For the elves. No discrimination. But night elves are like purpley and stuff. That's weird. Blood elves are like the real elves. High elves are just blood elves who refuse to, change with the times. Sorry, Alliance. I watch those best plot, and these are all the plots videos, and I like so many that I think I'll be chill with whatever I end up with. I think so too. I think anyone, when it really comes down to it, you can make any plot work for yourself. There might be people who really want to be by the water. Fair. There are people who want the highest elevation. Also fair. But I think in the end, there's a lot of spots where people will just be pretty happy. Nightborn being offended by the soul shade. Oh, that's true, huh? Yeah, sorry, Nightborn. I'm curious about the statement about the unification of all elves. Will that include the trolls, the proto-elves, and the Heronir? What the fuck elves? And then there's the Arathi, who are half elves, right? Yo, this is my spot. No, oh, okay, you're fine. I thought she was gonna get in my shit. I'm like, yo, this is, I'm with local here. You know, we're doing our shit. But yeah, there's the Arathi, there's you know, they're half elves, and then there's orcs, which are green elves. You have the humans, the regular humans, who are like the rounded ear elves, right? We have goblins, we have the short elves, we have the gnomes, who are the short and smooth ear. You know, I mean, come on. Who doesn't love elves? And then there are Draenei, which are like, yeah. Okay. Draenei women, they're fucking hot. Ooh, boy. They're hot. There's a reason why I have Yrel back there. Because, yo. You think the Draenei are ugly? It's okay. No one's perfect. I'm working to offend. You call them Dre... Okay, chat. Is that a thing? Is that seriously a thing? Drebays? That's new. That's new. Is that... It is a thing. Shut up, really? No. You're the only person who's saying it right now. Never heard of that one. Drebays for sure. I'm from Moonguard, so... Okay, maybe that's a Moonguard thing? Now, my question is... Are we gonna have, like, a Moonguard neighborhood? I mean, I'm sure we are. Oh, a stick pile. What's this? Whatever, dude. I'm not gonna pick up after the Alliance. Shoot. You can pick up their own stuff. What's my favorite and least favorite plots? Ooh, that's tough. I'm not very particular on plots. I kind of like the coastal ones to the west, but it's funny. Like some people were like, I mean, yeah, some people, they were kind of trash talking the coastal areas here because they said it was more like kind of like an English beach where it's just like foggy and stuff, and that's not very fun or festive. So, like, for example, like here we are here, and you know it's light out, but it doesn't have that same. It doesn't have that tropical vibe. Like, this is a very like kind of a blue light, sort of feel, whereas over in the tropical areas of the Horde neighborhood, that's more like a yellow light. It's very, very vibrant. Here, not so much. And so I would like a spot like this because there's plenty of firing arc here. You know, lots of space. There's Legion ships down there, and I'd be like, you know, a lot of room for that. Okay. And for that reason, I like the beach. I also like the autumny look in the forest. Elwyn Forest, nah, it's all right. But I like the autumny look over to the south. Those I guess are like my two favorite biomes in this area here. Oh, who am I thinking? I'm thinking terabytes and to a Gorman. Thank you for the primes, dude. I just don't want to have a neighbor whose entire front yard is just garage thrones. Dude, that'd be sick. Yo, because if I do that, here, hold on. Because it's big. That throne gets hella big. Has anyone tried building a full necropolis as a part of the exterior? That'd be awesome. I have not seen that yet. It's more England than SoCal. Grass, cool blue skies, and narrow strip of dirt that's pretending to be a beach. All right, so it's funny you guys. It's funny you mentioned the horde thing, the garage one, because I have one that I just threw up over here. It was part of the thumbnail, and I like totally like sink into the thing. Totally doesn't work, but it's okay. It's okay. I can stand on the thing too. But yeah. I wouldn't mind being a nice one. Now here's the thing. On this plot, I don't see nobody. You know, I can see the main square from here. And if I look over, then I'll be able to like see other spots. So I think it's cool that I can see like at least that house over there. That's neat. The cannon can point right at it if they're not to my satisfaction. You know what I mean? But I think but I like the lighting up here. So this is the plot that I'm going to be taking. This is going to be my house. How do you get the throne? Defeat Garrosh Hellscream. That's it. Nice and easy. Did the giveaway happen yet? Nope, not yet. I'll do it when I do it. But it will be today. How's the housing? Not up yet. I mean, it's great, but not up yet. Autumn plots are super pretty. If my guild eats up Duskwood before I get a plot, I'm heading right for Golden Oaks. I think, is that what it's called, Golden Oaks? I think it looks great. I really like the vibe of it. To me, it seems more homely than the Duskwood area. You know, I know I'm like talking like it's overrated and all that. Okay, I do think it's overrated, but it's still a cool plot. What giveaway? I'm gonna do I'm gonna give away a Epic Edition key again. Well, they have an over 55 community. I think that's my entire guild. No, I'm just kidding. It's like half of it. I chose the first plot I chose to, but I changed it to the more foresty side. What type of house will I build? I'm actually not going to really do anything at the start. It's not going to be a big focus for early access. Most of my time and energy is going to go towards the inside, making a cafe. Eventually, I want the outside to be this mechanical monstrosity on the base, and then a giant gun on the top that's pointing to the east. Or wherever I feel like. So yeah. That's the plan. It's gonna be sick. What helmet am I wearing? This is something from the beta. So this is quest gear, actually. Okay, let me get off the grass stuff. Witness me. But yeah, all this stuff comes from questing. To the east is code towards the Alliance. You knew! Got me. It's towards his healers. My guild won't be near 55 houses. I wish I could plot regular NPC buildings and empty slots. Nice tavern, barracks, arena, stables, hall. That'd be kind of cool. The thing is, though, the neighborhood is so big that even if I were to fill up with other stuff, I'm, you know, unless I make the effort to do it, I'm never going to, like, visit those areas. Have you been told what the core achievements will be retroactive? So, like, if you've already defeated Garrosh, you'll get this throne? No, you will not get it. So, getting the throne, it's not considered part of an achievement hook. That is just, it just drops from it. So, wrong thing. La, 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 la. Mop, siege, garage, loot, all at the bottom. See that right there? Horde Warlord's Throne. It just drops. So it's not like I said, it's not an achievement. Things that are achievements, if you've already earned the achievement, then you'll get the things that are related to that. In this case, it just drops. Since there are no cave houses, I'm gonna try to make my plot as cave-like as possible. We'll see how that goes though. Oh, I'm sure, I think rocks are fairly cheap. Is it a guaranteed drop? It should be. Don't take my word for it. But it should be a guaranteed drop. Ganger says it's guaranteed. It'd be cool if hunters could see some stabled pets in their yard. I agree. I would love to see stuff like that. Set a friend and family rank in your guild and invite people you know will contribute to the neighborhood who need a spot but want something better than a public neighborhood without full commitment to guild activities. I want the spookiest house I can make. Cool. Now that's going to be interesting. That if only one drops, and the whole team gets to roll on it, and you can get multiples. Will people ever get it? Hoping for battle pads, hoping for weapon mugs. Me too, dude. Me too. The Necropolis idea is great, but we don't have assets for that in yet, I think. Oh, I'm sure they can someone can figure something out. Yeah. Even if it's like some ghetto version of a necropolis, no, I'm sure someone can make it. Yeah, there are a lot of things that aren't going to make it in that they want to do, but they just don't have anything to announce yet. I wonder if they'll add a way to resell decor like the Thorn Orgrimmar after the player has gotten their 12th chair, maybe exchange them for some housing coupons. That'd be an interesting approach. But there's already going to be a way of getting coupons from just defeating raid bosses, even ones that don't drop decor. But you can always just destroy stuff too. Like if you have too many of something, you can just destroy the decor and like that's it, and it's done. Were people coming in saying if they missed the giveaway? I'm very confused. This was from I just posted it on socials. That's all. Let's see what. Let me see if people fell for my trap. How many people liked and retweeted that post of mine? Oh, not a lot. That's good. Oh, no, that's Blueski. Okay, what about Twitter? Did I cash any Twitter bots? I'm sure I got a couple. Yeah, anyone who dares to repost this thing. Hey folks, blah 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 blah. Here's how to get it. Go to Twitch, follow on Twitch, wait for a random drawing. But if I see likes and retweets, then I'm like, okay, bots. Oh well. But yeah, I haven't done the giveaway yet. I retweeted since you deserve it. Good point. Appreciate it. But like people regularly do that so they can spread the thing, and then people will try to get it. But then the thing is, I'm not even doing the giveaway on Twitter. Thank you to the original Mobro. Oh my god. The Mo Bro? Yo. Thank you, dude. You like your post too, lady? Thank you. I think when I did this a few weeks ago, I caught a lot of people. There were a lot of bots that like picked up on it. Are there any cool Legion style housing items for Kill and Kill Jade? Let me just show you everything. I gotta stop. Maybe I should just make a bookmark for this. So database, early access, encounter. So here's everything. So does something come from Kill Jade? Garrosh, Luriel. So here's a Nighthold one. There is this fountain. Hey. Ooh. What else? Anything else from Legion? There's this table from Court of Stars. Hey. There is any other legions? Nope, that's it. So just these items. 24 items. We have 800 members, but that sounds insane, bro. We would lose so much history. Wait, what? I'm sure I missed some stuff. Am I on Blueski? Yes. How close are the plots to one another? It varies by a lot. So, like, I'm on 27. I am very isolated. You wanna see my closest neighbor? It's across this bridge, and like there's another one. So there's one spot, and then I think down this ramp we're getting close to like the square. So there's like no one there, but there's like someone who can go down there. There's one down there. Yeah. So it depends. Some places are pretty darn isolated, others are not so much. Some of them are pretty close to each other, which is pretty cool. You know, I hear a lot of people who are like, oh, I want to be by myself. I want it to be isolated, blah, blah, blah. But then there are some spots where, you know, there's some cases where people want to, like, hey, I just want to live close to a friend of mine. Or just, like, me and two other people. Yeah, so in that case, it's like, here's one plot that's here, and then here's one across the street. Like, yo, total neighbors. We can go out here and just duel for funsies. You know? Yeah, you can definitely find the housings. It's funny, I think when Blizzard talked about it, or when they mentioned it, they talked it up like it was a feature. I'm like, well, come on now, this is, of course we can fly. So here's the other kind of climb up to 27. Pretty out of the way, but we eventually get there, and house. Or giant gun. If we had a huge budget, I'd love to like just recreate all of Midgar. Like I'll be like down here, and like here's like the lower levels where it's like all ghetto and trash and whatnot, and then I climb up top and it's all nice looking and stuff. And then giant gun somewhere. 27 is my topic for the guild neighborhood. We'll see if I get it. We're just doing first come, first serve. Right on. Yeah, good luck. I mean, you know what you can do, right? Like, I don't know who the GM is, but they could just be like, I'm going to wait until the dead of night. They're not even going to make the neighborhood until they don't see anyone on. And then they make it and they claim whatever they want. So, yeah. Well, housing early access is nice. I'm actually most excited about the skywriting revamp. It's great. It's great. Yeah, like, it's the best of both worlds. Skywriting is easier for people who are, you know, I guess a little bit more clumsy in the air still, this many years later. But for everyone else, you know, this still doesn't really change all that much. It just becomes a little bit easier with being able to take off without spending an extra charge or vigor or whatever. Ooh, damn, Angelic. Whoa, that's a lot of things. What the hell? That's a lot of spam. I'm like, what the hell was that? Yeah, no kidding. Holy cool. Servers pushed out to 3 hours from now. Also, like what, 5? Hold on, damn. Okay, I see 3 o'clock there still. Okay, that's becoming very loud. So 5 p.m. Oh, that's my end time. Shit. Well, then I guess we're staying on until past 5, aren't we? Fuck. Well, I think I'll mute that for now. Yeah. I'll leave that off for a bit. All right. Now, as for the scroll, well, I'll leave that be. Let's see. Technically, Azeroth had ties. The Maelstrom could exist, or tides couldn't exist. And now you're done. Goofball. Bardox, 18 months. Thank you for subscribing, dude. No, if they said 5, then it's gonna be 5. So. Oh wait, 3 p.m. Oh wait. Let me look. Let's see. Where's my stuff? Okay, so now it says 5 p.m. for you guys? Okay. My thing still says 3. Oh, whatever. Anyway. I'm still seeing 3 p.m. Yours says 5? Well, I'm gonna believe mine. I'm gonna believe my client. Anyway. Oh, there's a tweet now? Okay. Well, that's fine, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it looks kind of like a 3, right? If we, like, take one part and twist it around, then it's, like, kind of like a 3. Feel me? Oh, well. It's all good. If anything, it might give it gives the guild the opportunity to be like, oh, maybe we will cancel raid tonight. Let me see if they said anything, actually. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still thinking that we'll raid, but we'll find out. Potato time? What have I been playing lately? I've been playing an idle game called Space Idol or something like that. Yeah, it's been oddly fascinating. Well, I'm a big sucker for idle games anyway. Dogging from the West, you can find Discord is saying there could be a big bug with housing. If you don't do the housing tutorial, you could be locked out of some options and a tools. That sucks. Yeah, I don't know if there is a... I don't know. I mean, it's up to the WoW team if they want to leak that sort of real-time information. So... Crazy Mind says launching The Witcher 3. Wow. I still haven't played any of the Witcher games. I hear so many good things about them, but I have not tried getting into it yet. We saw an official post. It's been delayed until 5. Time for some Where the Winds Meet. There's a bit about where you get locked tutorial mode. I've heard about it. I haven't experienced it myself, although I do have some characters that are still like in different states of the tutorial, where I would think to myself that you should only be able to do it once and then like that's it. But they would like screw it up. Can someone in chat just type in real quick, realms or maintenance is extended until 5 PST, or 5, not PST, just, I don't even know what the hell, daylight, whatever the fuck it is. Just say 5 o'clock Pacific, and then I'll sticky that thing. Thank you, Lone Wolf. All right. All right, cool. Remember, the only guild neighborhoods are allowed today. Charters are delayed potential until midnight. Yeah, I hope they. Well, from the sounds of it, it's more like a stability check, rather than, hey, charter neighborhoods just don't work. You know, functionally they work fine, and the concern is that they'll run into instability issues if they allow both kinds of private neighborhoods to be launched at the same time. So hopefully, like, when things settle down, they can be like, all right, and then just hit a switch, and then they'll be able to do the stuff. So, Game Plan was updated too. I'll update it later. Yeah. It's just extended indefinitely. When has WoW ever been unstable? When has WoW ever been unstable? It happens. I've already talked about how does guild housing work. I understand there'll be a zone exclusive for the guild, but do you build an actual guild hall? No, you don't build a guild hall. So you just have a guild neighborhood, and then it becomes a social decision. Yo, so who wants to make the guild hall? Or, you know, who wants to have their house be dedicated towards being a guild hall? You know, there are different approaches you can take. So if one person wants to be like in charge of it, okay, that's cool. There are a lot of limitations to early access though. Like, it'd be cool to have shared permissions and things like that. So that way, if there was one person who was like, well, I don't really care, I just, you know, just go ahead and well, okay, here's what would be cool. It would be cool if there was like a special guild decor storage of some sort that would pull from like this storage that's just for the guild, so they can place like certain objects. That'd be kind of neat. But otherwise, it would just be up to a person to be like, okay, I'll build the guild hall. So it's like for me, like you know, here's the cafe that I'm going to start with, and then I'm going to go back here, and then I'm going to go to the other parts of the house, and then down here somewhere is going to be the guild hall, where we can do all our guild shenanigans and what have you. Sure, that could be a thing. And then meanwhile, the rest of the house is mine. So, but that really depends. Like, for all I know, the cafe might take up a huge amount of budget, and then by the time I do have something that I want to make into a guild hall, I might not have space, you know. But if anything, what's to say that this isn't like the guild hall, you know? And I don't make this into a spot where I can do all these little things that celebrate the things that the guild has done together. It could be that too, you know. What the heck was the Truman showroom? So they're called artisanal rooms. And so there are two types. There's a daytime one, and then there's a nighttime one. And then these spots, they're mostly here to create this this sort of vibe of being outside. So it's not like you don't really like interact with the walls here, but then you would just build around the existence of there being this outdoor thing just outside. But it is very much like a Truman Show kind of thing. I definitely want to make a turret control center, for sure. Like, the idea is, you know, I'd have this T-shape here. I'd have different extensions, but then when I get into, like, the living area... Here, let me play around with this. So I would use... Oh, boy. How would I do this? I would use... I'd take something like this, so I'll probably rotate it. And then... I'm at my budget. Oh, well, whatever. So, I come out here, hang here, and then here's maybe the room. Like, I don't need a lot of space, just like this right here. But then this part is going to be like this kind of secret passage and this could be the control room by itself. I just want like a really small, tight space. So maybe I'll have something like this, and then this will be walled off. And there'll be like a secret passage or something like that. And then it goes into like this really like dingy, really cramped spot, as if it's just like a crawl space inside here. And then this is where the cannon controls are and stuff like that. But yeah, this room won't be a thing during early access. This is going to come out with midnight. Sad song, I know. But my hope is that they're going to do some more stuff with this, because there isn't anything else we can do with this room. There's only like one way in, one way out. I would love if there was a way to like walk through. That'd be sick. That'd be hella cool. Yeah. Now, one thing that would be cool. Now, this is a pretty big room. You know, here it is. So it's kind of comparable to the size of this room here. Oops, shit! Do not mean to do that. It's kind of comparable to the square room, but it's still a little bit smaller than the larger. Oh, what did I do? Crap. Actually, can I just delete it? Smaller than the biggest room, the large square. Okay, so with that out of the way, maybe I would just have like one more like thing that's sort of like a crawl space. Like that would be it. So I'm here, and then we have like kind of the room, and then, you know, different spot, and then, yeah, I guess having a bit larger room, but this is as big as it needs to get. It doesn't need to get that much bigger than this. I'm definitely gonna Build a bowling alley? 10 hour maintenance is crazy work. Oh, for sure, dude. No, but I'm here with y'all. We're gonna chill. I mean, it's something that I've been warning people about. You know, we should, definitely expect it. Have a plan B and that sort of thing. I hope they allow to move connected rooms without deleting the last one with all the decorations made. I mean, here's what I would want. And I hope this makes it for, like, launch. So, like, what I'd want to do is, like, let's pretend there's a big-ass button here, okay? Boom. And then it turns into, an edit mode. Just for moving around rooms. So that way, while I'm in this state, I can take this room and I could drag and drop it wherever. I don't really care. Because it's not going to save anything yet. But then I'd be able to move rooms, readjust things, rearrange things, whatever. And then when I hit this button again, boom, then all the changes happen at once, but not before doing a quick check to be like, okay, are all these moves that I'm making, are they valid? Are they legal? Are they all allowed? And then if it is, cool. It'll just make all the changes right at once and everything's clean. And if it's not clean, then it would produce some error messages like saying, hey, one of your rooms is not attached or something like that. That would probably be the most obvious one. And that's it. Because right now, you can't do anything about the first room that you made. In order to change this room, if I wanted to change it, I have to basically demolish everything else. So all these rooms that might be set up, I'd have to delete them. And that's really annoying. So I'd love for that to change into something different. They lifted the faction restriction. You can't even buy a guild faction change anymore. I can simply pass GM to my alliance team and then make a neighborhood. Oh, is that how it works? Cool. I want a Suramar style house with a second floor. Pretty cramped, but they're pretty decent. Suramar house, yeah. I don't know how I'll build it, but I'm gonna do a small above ground floating necropolis. That's like a DK Donkey Kong camper. We our peers sure love the new housing. Having our characters have their own homes is a dream come true. No, it'll be cool. I mean, it's more like a shared home, because we can only have like the one per and all that. But it's neat that we can potentially create like this, this kind of an apartment-y sort of space. Are Realms live? No, they're not going to be up for at least another 2.5 hours or so. I want to build the burrow. What is the burrow? You know what? Let me warn the guild. Say hi. Yeah, good idea. Yeah. How to get the welcome home achievement? Yeah, you just make a house. Just go through the tutorial, and then you're done. Mentally preparing myself to having to redo my house once basements drop. That'll be cool. I mean, what'll be... let's see, how would that work, though? So, like... Yeah, I'm trying to think, how would that work? Like, I guess it would be kind of the opposite of a stairwell room, right? So here's the stairwell, and this goes up. So I'm guessing there's just going to be a stairwell room that goes down, right? That'd be the way to go. Now, the thing is, when you make it, let's go over. Like, should I just fall down immediately? Right? So how would that work? Because what would kind of suck is in order to have a basement room, the only proper way to do it is to build the whole damn floor yourself, because I wouldn't want to have a set place for where the basement, you know, where the climb down. I would want to put it wherever I want. So I would need to have like no floor here, just go down from there. Does that make sense? Do you have inertia when you delete furniture underneath you? No. Not until you jump or move. If you had to guess what are going to be features in the last Titan, based on Blizzard philosophy and all, we can guess that housing's going to be the next step after Warbounds? What do you think we can expect? Oh, okay, so what's coming next after housing? Great question. I don't know. Housing is such a big deal. As a pillar MMO feature, like what's missing? I would say, you know, not exactly a feature, but I would like to see guild tools improved by like a crap ton. But as for like a major brand new feature that'll just blow minds, I don't know. I really don't know. You know, we can talk up some extreme ideas like, oh, what if we can start making our own custom PvE content? We can build a house. Can we build a dungeon? Yeah, good idea on the stretch. Maybe a guild hall. I don't know how that would work. At least off the top of my head, how would that function? Like, would I just have like, would the guild neighborhood have a separate hall? How would the budget work? Who owns it? What happens when the guild disbands? Does all that stuff just get nuked or what? So, yeah, I don't know how that would. How would the logistics of that work? Technically, RP is building PvE content for WoW. Maybe an overhaul of the whole race and allied race system, streamlining that whole mess a bit. What's wrong with it? You get the race, you become the race. Ta-da! I think there'll be a perceived problem as Blizzard focuses on evergreen content, that there'll be less content in future expansions, but really it'll just be maintaining the new features. Yes. Hi, Fel. That's Fel, right? Nope. I don't know who that is. Cool. Giveaway done? No. It might be after 5. So, but it might be before that. I will see. Just noticed that they're extending minutes into the 2 hours, like when people used to spell out Horde in front of the auction house and Orc with skeletons. Was it like that? I thought it was like a website or something like that. Okay, what was the idea here? Can you just move your interior door to the top floor of a stairwell room? No, that unfortunately doesn't work. Oh, it's you, Puddle. So if the guild disbands, you get kicked out of that private neighborhood, but the next time you log in, you just have to go to a new plot and set your house down Though it was in the guild neighborhood, we didn't. Yeah. Just seems bloated with the same race split over 3 incoherent customizations between races. I see what you're talking about. So instead of an unlockable race, just turn it into a customization, and that's it. I mean, that kind of runs along the lines of what I'd like to see them do with Kultiran humans. Like, what's the difference between a Kultiran human and a Stormwind human? Nothing. They're still pink skins, right? There's nothing where they live, whatever. That's it. I fully believe that instead they should just be able to, if anything else, like if they were to just keep the race as it is and keep the distinctions, that's fine. But I'm looking at it from the other direction. I think they should just be able to let you toggle between the body types. That's it. Easy. It's just a pull down, just a button to press, and then, well, among other things. But yeah, that's all. Pink skin, he says, as a blood elf. Yeah, because our skin is far more fair and pretty, and blood elves are just better anyway. So, why not give a unique race like ethereals or ogres? Actually, Ian answered that question. It's an answer that people didn't like hearing, but it's also very true. He basically said it's hard. So it's like, you know, between the Heronir and very small modifications to what is essentially the Night Elf model, if they were to do like a brand new shaped race, it's like, okay, cool, we have this new shape. Great. What do we do with this? Because for every race that they make, every new race that they make with a new shape, they have to go back and edit thousands and thousands of pieces of gear. You know, resize them, punch holes in them, reshape them, and all that stuff, and make all that work. Now, of course, there's like a certain amount of machine learning that can probably come into play. AI might be able to come into play, that sort of thing. But it still takes a considerable amount of time to get all that stuff done while getting everything else done, because people want shit every day. They want it every day, but realistically, they pump out shit every like 8 weeks or so. So how do you do that? Well, we'll give them an allied race, but they're gonna kind of look the same. So here we go. So that's that kind of informs how some of their approach goes. Now, having a new shaped race, hey, that'd be nice. But for all we know, they're working on that now. They're just doing all the busy work to make that happen because it takes up that much work. Ogre models already exist in WoW. But does an ogre model that wears the Judgment, you know, the new updated tier 2 set, does that exist? Probably not. So that's what I'm talking about. I could argue that Blood Elves are to Night Elves Highborn what Pomeranians are to Mastiffs. They're both puppies and they're great. But one's better than the other, that's for sure. Thanks to Vernell Sinfire. Thank you for the prime, dude. Can you remove the floor or ceiling of a room? No, you cannot. They solved this with evokers by simply not displaying most things. That's a thing. If they really want to do that, okay, your ogre will just have, you know, some customizable pieces and like that's it. There's no there's otherwise no customization. That I'm sure people would be pissed again with that. As long as it doesn't change the dance. What I want them to do is figure out how to AI their own stuff. You know, I'm not a proponent of generative AI that relies on stuff that people just steal from the whole damn internet. But if it comes to like you know, internally, like inside a company, inside their infrastructure, oh, I'm all for it, because that's just them using their own shit and trying to be try to be smart about it. 2 people are saying the servers are up. I need someone reliable to say it. 3. Okay, that's 3 people. All right. Bye. All right. So they said they were going to delay it. And now it's up early. European servers are smart. They just let it go. Well, that's them joshing us. Alright. Cool. This is it! I'm gonna wait, but nice. It's called under-promising and over-delivering. That's always a good practice. See, usually we wait at least a few minutes after the deadline, and then they spit them up. Ogres could be scaled up cool tiers. Sure, the helms would be strange, but looking at the Torn and the Worgen, Blizzard doesn't mind having helms look silly on some characters. Plus, how silly it would be to see a big helmet on something with a normally tiny comparative head. All right. Going into remix. See, that's what's funny. I need to do remix stuff too, because my steward's not done. Sulfate is only level 75. So that's gotta get fixed. See, only 75. Sad. And you got your plot. Nice. Yeah, y'all going in fast. Jesus. So what made them think that there was going to be a delay? Sheesh. Like, sorry guys, we're going to delay for a little bit because yada yada yada. Nope, never mind, fixed it. You got the plot inside the graveyard, so happy? Nice. And now, remember, to reassure folks, if you're in a public neighborhood, you're going to be fine for the most part. You're going to be fine. How dare they change my shit. Crash incoming. Yeah, if I can just make this house, or make the plot neighborhood thing, you can check if the remix vendor is up. It shouldn't be up. Yeah, all that stuff doesn't start until later, or next week. Oh yeah, that's right. These change too. That goes there. Actually, that goes there. That goes there. Cool. We're on live servers now. Oh, so good. So good. All right, so I want to find my own neighborhood. Form a guild. Create neighborhood called The Yard. Boop. Boop. Oh, we made it. Oh, boy. Okay, so... Oh, I think I have to... can I use this thing to... I think I have to do the tutorial first. I think. Yeah, because otherwise, is there an easy way to just search the thing? Nope, I gotta keep going with the tutorial. Wait, so How do I do it then? Oh yeah, my internet has just totally taken a dump. Oh crap. Ooh, no. Wow, it's gotten really, really bad. Shit. That's like the worst thing that could happen right now. I can't skip the tutorial. Fuck. Really? See, my speed's looking good, though. Oh no, my upload just is like really, really bad. Ah, crap. Oh, man. Other neighborhood options? Open house finder. There we go. All right. Yay! Ah, that sucks though. Why is my upload bad? My download is fine. My upload is doo-doo. I don't know why. Shit. That's not good. All right, so I know I need to go. I know I need to finish the tutorial first. Oh no, upload's fine now. Yeah, it should be stable. I hope. Okay, so it should be the stream quality should be improving now. I think it's just a weird hiccup that happened with my ISP. So hopefully it will continue to improve. All right. All right. So I want to check my levels, make sure that's still good. Here is the lumber person. Oh, I don't even get an axe anymore. I just get the, I guess I just get credit now. All right, so. Yeah, it's working now. Real quick, chat. If you do a reload on stream, like, am I looking better? Because I can't really tell. Yeah, might want to do a reload just in case.